Chapter 159, Auction. Chapter 159, Auction. However, Gushi changed the topic and pointed to the girl in pink. You've got to accompany her to a place and ensure her safety. By now, the price of the ancient tempering book was at 400,000 superior-grade spirit stones. What Gushi said was equivalent to giving away 400,000 or more superior-grade spirit stones. The immensity of the favor was unimaginable. At the same time, the place that Gushi referred to was definitely not a good place. I'm only an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Why me? This lady's strength is probably even above mine, right? Su Zimo asked after pondering for a moment. Gushi did not reply and asked instead, I heard you are good in melee combat? Su Zimo frowned. There were not many people who knew that he was strong in melee combat. He wondered how Gushi got wind of that information. Su Zimo turned his gaze to the girl in pink. Wearing a veil, she smiled through her eyes and he could not read her expression. Hesitating for a moment, Su Zimo nodded. I'm all right at it. Gushi smiled. That place is a little special. You'll know when you get there. Su Zimo did not agree to it and Gushi did not continue, evidently not willing to reveal more. Actually, even if Gushi said nothing, Su Zimo had already realized that it was an extremely dangerous trip. 400,000 superior-grade spirit stones was more than enough to buy off the lives of 40 foundation establishment cultivators. After silent consideration, Su Zimo nodded. All right, I agree to it. Bravo. Gushi clapped gently and praised. Glancing sideways, she transmitted her voice. A maidservant at the side came before Su Zimo with a smile. Fellow Daoist Su, if you wish to raise the price, just let me know. I'll convey the message for you. This was a privilege only accorded to the 10 rooms at the top. That way, the customer's voice would not be revealed and would not attract unnecessary trouble. One of the greatest worries in an auction house for cultivators was for their identities to be exposed, attracting the attention of others. A person's talents would arouse the envy of others, that was the logic behind it. Within the inner house, many people were privately discussing the confrontation between Sima Ji and the disheveled old man. Ethereal peaks really lost their pride now. Despite being mocked so badly by others, they have no way to fight back at all. Ha! But, it's strange as well. Ethereal Peak has always been lacking in terms of weapon and elixir refinement. Why are they suddenly trying to purchase a secret manual on weapon refinement? The manager was naturally delighted at the 2 golden cores fighting. He smiled and declared loudly, fellow Daoist Sima from True Fire's sect has raised the bid to 400,000 spirit stones. I wonder if our fellow Daoist from Ethereal Peak wishes to raise it further? Old man, go ahead and raise it. Sima Ji burst out in laughter. If you raise it to 410,000, I'll go to 420,000. Let's see who loses first. The disheveled old man's expression turned uglier as he tried to repress the anger in his chest. A moment later, he said slowly, Sima Ji, don't be smug. The road ahead is long. With that, the disheveled old man flicked his sleeves and left. 410,000. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out from the top of the inner house. Everyone looked towards the voice only to see a maidservant standing in front of room 1 right at the top. Smiling, she was the one who reported the figure. All the seated cultivators were stunned. They were not the only ones, even the manager froze on the spot in confusion. Others may not know about it, but he knew who was in room 1 today. That was the chief steward of their Sky Treasure auction house. Why is that big shot involved as well? The manager was a little perplexed. Stopping in his tracks, the disheveled old man turned back and looked at Sima Ji with a mocking gaze. Someone appeared to raise the price right after Sima Ji made his grand announcement and bragged. It was clear that the other party was at odds with him. Of course, neither Sima Ji nor the disheveled old man knew who was inside room 1. After all, the maidservant was only a messenger. The manager froze for a moment before coughing gently. The customer of room 1 has raised the bid to 410,000. Sima Ji frowned and looked at room 1 for a long time before saying slowly, 420,000. The maidservant in front of room 1 turned slightly and listened for a moment. She turned around and shouted, 430,000. Sima Ji looked hesitant. Anyone who could enter the 10 rooms above must either be extremely powerful or of high status. Otherwise, they would have to spend a lot of spirit stones. Sima Ji knew nothing about the other party's identity, strength, or sect. Because of that, he felt a little worried. Crossing his arms, the disheveled old man asked at the side, Sima Ji, what's wrong? Why aren't you raising the bid anymore? Suddenly, Sima Ji laughed and shook his head. I don't want it anymore. We have many of such ancient books in True Fire sect anyways. I only raised the bid just so that you can't get your hands on it. You sure are shameless. The disheveled old man cursed coldly. Sima Ji chuckled. Shameless? I just don't want to let a pearl be covered in dust. No one in Ethereal Peak can understand an ancient book as such anyways. Haha. After laughing, Sima Ji cupped his fists in the direction of room 1 and said loudly, since this fellow Taoist has taken a liking to this ancient book, I can only give it up. The manager wiped away his cold sweat secretly and declared, congratulations to the customer in room 1 for obtaining this ancient book at 430,000. Right then, the maidservant in front of room 1 turned away once more. Many cultivators realized that the person inside had more to say. After a moment, the maidservant turned back and said, please give that ancient book as a gift for this fellow Taoist of room 77 from Ethereal Peak. Gift. The entire crowd fell silent. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. Sima Ji was a little confused. The disheveled old man was equally perplexed. He turned back and looked at his room. It was indeed room 77. Who was this person who had given him such a huge gift? The first reaction of many cultivators was that the customer in room 1 was joking. However, the manager knew what sort of a person the chief steward of the Sky Treasure Auction House was. Even though she was a woman, she was not someone who would go back on her words and make a joke as such. He wrapped the ancient book immediately and came towards the entrance of room 77 personally. Under everyone's gaze, the manager passed the ancient book to the disheveled old man. It was only then that everyone finally realized what was going on and their expressions changed. Sima Ji's expression darkened immediately. It did not matter who the other party was, they were clearly pitting themselves against him. However, Sima Ji could not understand what kind of status the other party had. It was too much for them to give away a gift of more than 400,000 superior-grade spirit stones just like that. Fellow Taoist, what's the meaning of this? Are you pitting yourself against the True Fire sect intentionally? Instantly, Sima Ji brought out the name of his sect. Because I like it. The maidservant shook her head and pretended to be smug. It was a familiar sentence. Sima Ji had said that to the disheveled old man. Now, it was sent right back to him. Actually, that maidservant was only around 13 years old. She wasn't tall and looked charmingly naive. With a pair of big, clear eyes, her voice was crisp. The fact that she mimicked Sima Ji's tone in saying that sentence was extremely interesting. Instantly, the crowd burst into laughter. Chapter 160, 7 Fiend Sects. Chapter 160, 7 Fiend Sects. Catharsis. The disheveled old man's first reaction was catharsis. When he saw how Sima Ji looked as though he had just been fed shit, the disheveled old man felt an indescribable joy and could not help but laugh along with the crowd. With a darkened gaze, Sima Ji glared at room 1 with an icy stare. He grit his teeth in hatred and could only feel his cheeks burning from the surrounding laughter. This act by the other party was no different from slapping him on the face. Foo-foo. A moment later, Sima Ji suddenly laughed and asked with raised brow, fellow Taoist, what sect are you from? I'm keen to befriend you. Could you be kind enough to show yourself? Even though Sima Ji sounded polite, everyone could hear the resentment in his voice. Once the both of them met, the feud would be formed. No. The maidservant heard the transmission from within and rejected decisively. When Sima Ji saw that the other party refused to appear, he no longer had any qualms. He guessed that the other party must be fearful of him or his backing from True Fire Sect. His question earlier was merely to test the other party out. If the other party showed themselves and they were of a reputable status, Sima Ji would merely mock himself and admit defeat without losing anything. If the other party showed themselves and they were of a common status, Sima Ji would be able to remember who was the one who caused him to lose today. But, if they didn't show themselves. Humph. He snorted coldly and said in a sinister manner, "Fellow Daoist, you don't know what's good for you. Do you think that I won't be able to discover your identity just because you're hiding inside? If I find out who you are, I'll..." Sima Ji, this inner house is not a place for you to act wildly. Before Sima Ji could finish, he was interrupted by a loud shout. Everyone turned to the direction of the voice. Not far away, the manager of the Sky Treasure auction house was no longer smiling. He had a fierce expression and was clearly glaring at Sima Ji with a warning look. Zhou Rui, the manager of Sky Treasure auction house, was always known to be smiling. However, he was also a golden core and was not to be underestimated. Moreover, as a businessman, no one had seen Zhou Rui lose his temper all these years. Everyone was shocked by this scene. "Manager Zhou, you..." Sima Ji was a little stunned. "Sima Ji, if you dare to create trouble at my Sky Treasure auction house, even True Fire Sect won't be able to protect you." Manager Zhou interrupted Sima Ji and declared again. Immediately, Sima Ji shut up. However, he felt extremely terrible within. In truth, Zhou Rui did not know that Su Zimo was in room 1, nor did he know that it was the latter's idea to give away the ancient book as a gift. He thought that everything was the intention of Chief Steward Gu Shi. Now that Sima Ji was acting so brazenly to even dare threaten Gu Shi, Zhou Rui saw it as a perfect opportunity to curry favor with the Chief Steward and would naturally not let it go. His attitude had changed so quickly that everyone was caught off guard. Sima Ji was at a loss for words and his face turned red. No longer able to stay at this place, he left in a huff. Zhou Rui watched him leave before smiling once again. He bowed in a circle. "Let the auction continue, ha." The disheveled old man held on to the ancient book and looked up at room 1 in confusion. He decided to return to his room first and clarify things with them after the auction was over. 430,000 superior grade spirit stones. If he did not clarify things for such a grand gift, the disheveled old man would feel uneasy. Room 1. Gu Shi watched everything unfold from the sides and was amused. Even though this green-robed man looked to be pretty mature, he had a childish side to him. Just like that, he gave away something worth more than 400,000 superior grade spirit stones. Even if they were both from Ethereal Peak, that was still an extremely huge gift. In truth, to Su Zimo, it made no difference whether that ancient book was given to him or the disheveled old man. He was absolutely certain that the disheveled old man wanted to purchase that book because of him. Furthermore, the choice to give away the book helped the disheveled old man vent his anger, that was more important to Su Zimo. For the past 2 years, the disheveled old man had treated him well like family. Su Zimo could not bear to see him get bullied. "Aren't we meeting him later?" Gu Shi asked. "No." Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before shaking his head eventually. It wasn't a big deal to meet the disheveled old man, but things weren't easy to explain. If so, it was better not to meet him. "All right, you can leave first. I'll look for you in 3 days." Under the lead of a maidservant, Su Zimo left through the back door of room 1. Downstairs, he was arranged to a relatively quiet room for the time being. "Yao Yan, no one knows what's going on in that place exactly. Furthermore, I heard that Fiend heirs of the 6 sects have brought people over. Are you sure you want to get involved in such a complicated situation?" After Su Zimo left, Gushi looked at the girl in pink sternly and asked. Hee hee. The girl in pink laughed. Auntie Gu, don't worry. I'll definitely be fine. Furthermore, how can I miss such a grand gathering with Fiend heirs of the 6 sects gathered? You're different from them. Gushi shook her head. Of the 7 Fiend sects, only the Pure Maiden sect has a singular heir. Furthermore, you don't have a reliable helper. This trip is way too dangerous. Are you really counting on that Zimo? It's fine. The girl in pink waved it off. Before this, I've already selected a couple of people carefully and they're all stronger than Zimo. He's just there to make up the numbers. Besides, I'm the pure maiden of this generation's Fiend sections. If things go bad, I can stop in time and the Fiend heirs of the other 6 sects won't dare to lay a hand on me. After pondering for a moment, the girl in pink added. Yes, that's true as well, Gushi nodded. She contemplated for a while. But if that happens, the few people you take along with you might not survive. If they die, so be it. The girl in pink scoffed coldly, they are just hypocrites. Even though they seem righteous on the surface, their hearts are dirtier than anyone else. Is Zimo like that too? Gushi asked with a fake smile. Him? The girl in pink hesitated before shaking her head. Indeed, he's different from them. His gaze is clear and there's no malice in the way he looks at me. The both of them continued chatting for a while and the auction ended. There was a knock on the door outside. A maidservant pushed the door and entered. Manager Zhou is here with Room 77's Golden Core from Ethereal Peak. He wants to express his thanks personally. Not meeting. Gushi waved it off. This was a favor for Zimo, so naturally, she would not meet the disheveled old man. Gushi left with the girl in pink from the back. The disheveled old man was even more surprised when he did not manage to meet anyone. He thought for a long time to no avail before finally leaving the Sky Treasure auction house filled with doubts. Instantly, he headed straight back to Ethereal Peak, intending to pass the ancient book to Zimo right away. Chapter 161, Inheritance Ground. Chapter 161, Inheritance Ground. 3 days later, nighttime. A room appeared dark and quiet, as if it was empty. Swoosh. 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 Not long after, the sound of swords tearing through the air echoed from outside, accompanied by clothes fluttering. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before the entrance. 2 beams of divine light illuminated momentarily in the darkness. It was a pair of eyes, bright and clear. Even though it was pitch black in the room, it was like daylight to Zimo. Before anyone could call for him, Zimo opened the door and walked out. There were 6 cultivators outside. Other than the girl in pink whom Zimo had seen before, the rest were all foreign to him and they were all males. Of the 5 male cultivators, 4 of them had an extremely obvious sect emblem etched on their sleeves. It was one of the 5 major sects, Southern Mountain Sect. The other person seemed to be an itinerant cultivator. His lips were thin and he had a crooked nose, looking at the girl in pink with a somewhat malicious and fervent gaze. A thin layer of spirit energy veiled Zimo's eyes as he channeled the spirit-peering art. 5 perfected foundation establishments? Zimo frowned in silence. He had previously guessed that the girl in pink would look for other helpers. However, he had not expected her to look for 5 perfected foundation establishment cultivators. This revealed a very important piece of information. The place they were headed for most likely had a restriction in cultivation realm. Any cultivators who had formed a core were unable to enter it. Zimo had read about some of such places through the ancient texts in Ethereal Peak. In Tianhuang mainland, some ancestral cave abodes, inheritance grounds, primordial or ancient secret grounds and ruins would contain various restrictions. Among them, restriction of one's cultivation realm was the most common. Some of the cave abodes and ruins may even contain multiple restrictions and were filled with traps. Any slight misstep could result in one's death. But of course, huge opportunities often accompanied such grave dangers. In those secret grounds, unimaginable opportunities awaited. As long as anyone could obtain one of them, they could soar through the skies and transform from a cocoon into a butterfly. In addition, even though those 5 male cultivators were a perfected foundation establishment, the spirit-peering art could not read how many meridians they had unlocked. One would only truly know the true strength of their opponents when they truly unleashed their cultivations. That was because when they channel spirit energy, the unlocked meridians would appear on the surface of the cultivator's body. Crystal clear and flawless, they were extremely prominent. Let me introduce you. This is Su Zimo from Ethereal Peak. The girl in pink was still wearing a veil. Her voice was sweet and tender, making one go limp at the sound of it. Here I was, wondering what sort of character this was for us to pay a visit personally. A cultivator from Southern Mountains Sect suddenly remarked coldly, "Fufu, so it's just an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator." Su Zimo raised his brow. On the surface, that person's cultivation realm was higher than his. However, they were merely less than 5 steps away. For Su Zimo, that distance was almost an instant kill. If they were to fight, that person would definitely die. Even though Southern Mountains Sect was known for their body-tempering techniques, Su Zimo had yet to meet a match in terms of melee combat. "Yenner, it's enough for the few of us to accompany you. Why do you bother bringing a burden along?" Another person said confidently without even looking at Su Zimo. "That's right." Another 2 cultivators chimed in from the sides, as though they could not wait to make themselves look better in front of the girl in pink. The itinerant cultivator was the only one who did not speak. However, the way he looked at Su Zimo was filled with disdain as well. Disgusted, Su Zimo commented indifferently, "Since I'm not welcome, I can leave. Everyone, please stop arguing." The girl in pink pouted coquettishly and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Every single frown and smile of the girl in pink contained a mystifying power that could stir the hearts of people, or even steal their souls. Not to mention the 5 cultivators present, even Su Zimo, who had been wary of the girl in pink from the start, felt his heart skip a beat upon hearing her coquettish voice. She continued, "These 4 fellow Taoists are from Southern Mountains Sect. This fellow Taoist is Yen Fei, he's an itinerant cultivator. Can everyone give me some face and not quarrel tonight?" Even though the girl in pink was wearing a veil, Su Zimo could seemingly see an innocent and beautiful girl pouting her red lips and blinking her big, clear eyes at him while begging. No one could bear to reject her. "All right." Su Zimo nearly blurted out, but his heart skipped a beat and he forcefully held back. "All right. Yenner, don't worry. We won't hold it against an early-stage foundation establishment." "That's right, Yenner." The 5 cultivators were in a daze as they answered in unison. The girl in pink looked like the weakest in the group, but in fact, she was the one who caused and eased every conflict since she had appeared. Every single move of hers seemed to be able to affect everyone. It was an indescribable magic that seemed to be able to charm all beings and control everything. Just a moment ago, the eyes of the girl in pink swept past the 6 of them. However, each of them felt like she was looking and pleading at them personally. What sort of a technique is this? Su Zimo was secretly shocked. It seemed like a charm, but yet it wasn't entirely one. She was dressed normally without revealing too much, nor did she do any daring and provocative moves. All in all, she looked like an innocent and romantic girl. However, the more that was the case, the more it proved how powerful she was. Su Zimo could vaguely sense that all 5 foundation establishment cultivators the girl in pink brought along were lost in her charms. If she wanted to have them dig out their hearts, they would most likely do so without any hesitation. That was quite a chilling thought. Su Zimo had nearly lost himself earlier on as well. Now that he thought about it, he could not help but feel fearful. "You haven't told me what this trip is for? Where are we headed for later? Is there anything we need to prepare and take note of?" Su Zimo frowned and asked. "Why are you asking so many questions?" "That's right. Yenner can have us do anything. If you're afraid, you don't have to go. The few Foundation establishment cultivators rebutted right away. Smiling, the girl in pink rolled her eyes at Su Zimo. My. You've got so many questions. The place we're going is an inheritance ground of my sect. Initially, I wanted to head there to receive my inheritance secretly. But unfortunately, the location of the inheritance ground has been exposed and many Fiend sects are attracted to it. Sigh. The girl in pink sighed. I'm weak and no match for those cultivators of the Fiend sects. Tonight, I can only rely on some fellow Taoists to ensure my safety so that I can obtain the inheritance within. Don't worry, Yener. With me, Wu Xiangming, around, no one will be able to hurt you. That's right. I, Sure Yucheng, will definitely accompany you to the end till you obtain your inheritance, Yener. Su Zimo could hear the many loopholes and inconsistencies in the girl in pink's story. However, the 5 Foundation establishment cultivators bought it completely. Chapter 162, Deep Underground. Chapter 162, Deep Underground. Let's go. We won't be able to make it in a while. The girl in pink dug out a spirit vessel from her storage bag and injected it with spirit chi. Instantly, the ship emitted 2 beams of light. It was a middle-grade spirit weapon. Even though flying swords and spirit vessels were both spirit weapons, flying swords were the easiest to refine. Comparatively, spirit vessels were much more complex. Since the girl in pink whisked out a middle-grade spirit weapon right from the start, her cultivation definitely wouldn't be too low. With the augmentation of the spirit chi, the spirit vessel expanded rapidly and floated in front of them. The girl in pink was the first to leap in, followed by the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators of Southern Mountains sect and the itinerant cultivator. Hesitating slightly, Su Zimo was the last to board the vessel. The spirit vessel disappeared from where it was into the depths of the night. Before long, it left Chiyu City and sped towards the north without showing any signs of stopping. The sky was sparse and the night was quiet. However, Su Zimo was far from at peace. He had the feeling that this trip was far from simple. In fact, they might even meet with unprecedented danger. May I know what sect you're from, miss? On the spirit vessel, Su Zimo asked in a seemingly casual manner. Why? The girl in pink smiled and quipped, why are you suddenly so concerned about me? Nothing. I was just curious to see if I've heard of it before. My sect is definitely not any weaker than Ethereal Peak. Do you want to make a guess? The girl in pink's reply easily avoided the question. Naturally, Su Zimo was not foolish enough to make blind guesses. Even if he could guess correctly, the eccentric girl in pink may not admit to it. The entire journey was silent. Nearing midnight, the skies around them became darker. Suddenly, the girl in pink said, let's alight here and walk the rest of the way. The other 5 people did not have any objections. Su Zimo did not say anything as well, merely following them and surveying his surroundings for any activity. After walking a few miles, a barren and dilapidated land suddenly appeared before them. The moment Su Zimo stepped foot into the place, he felt something strange. The spirit energy in his dantian seemed like it was restrained by a mysterious power, preventing him from using it here. What's going on? Su Zimo was secretly shocked and instinctively looked towards the girl in pink. Right then, as though she felt something, the girl in pink suddenly turned back and said with a strange glint in her eyes, there's an ancient spirit lock formation beneath this inheritance ground. Any form of spirit energy will be locked at this place. That means to say, all spirit arts are rendered useless at this place alongside talismans and spirit weapons. Su Zimo was enlightened, that was why Gushi asked him about his melee combat skills. Within the perimeter of the ancient spirit lock formation, it was useless even if one had all 8 meridians unlocked, physical strength was what mattered. Boom! Suddenly, a boom echoed out from beneath and the ground shook. Everyone's expressions changed as they hurriedly stabilized themselves. Crack! 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 Right after, gigantic cracks appeared on the surface. It was deep and dark within, emitting a faint black fog. Under the musk of the night, it looked extremely sinister and creepy. There was even a faint smell of blood mixed in the black fog. If someone were to stand in the air and look down, they would be able to see an inexplicable horror. The outline of the inheritance ground was like a gigantic body with all limbs and its head intact. In fact, two eerie beams of light shone vaguely from the region where the head was supposed to be, as if those were someone's eyes. The large cracks intertwined within that outline like massive blood vessels, finally gathered at the heart of the body. It was as though a powerful life form was awakening deep underground, emanating a terrifying aura that left one trembling. Yenner, this doesn't seem like a good place beneath. Is your sect's inheritance really here? The Southern Mountains sect, whose name was Wuxia, asked with a quivering voice. Yes, it's right here, the girl in pink replied with a smile, not afraid in the slightest bit. Wuxia forced out a chuckle. Why don't we leave for now? I think that there's something wrong with this place. It doesn't seem right. At that moment, he seemed to have broken free from the girl in pink's bewitchment and gained a momentary clarity of mind stemming from his deep fear of death. The girl in pink's eyes dimmed. Lowering her head, she asked dejectedly, Brother Wu, aren't you going to help me anymore? Wuxia sank right in once more. How could that be? He puffed his chest and replied righteously. Everyone else chimed in, Yenner, don't worry. You've still got us. Su Zimo watched the entire process without saying a word. Of the 7 people present, he was the calmest person apart from the girl in pink. It wasn't because Su Zimo was confident and daring that he did not fear the weird phenomenons at the inheritance ground. Su Zimo had a clearer understanding of things because he was watching coldly from the sidelines. He was very particular about where he stood. Even though it seemed like he was moving along casually, he was never more than 5 steps away from the girl in pink. If anything were to happen, Su Zimo had confidence that he would be able to capture the girl in pink right away. As though she had realized something, the girl in pink suddenly turned to Su Zimo and commented with a fake smile, Brother Zimo, you're so close to me. Su Zimo smiled and did not reply. The girl in pink continued, let's head down from here. We might encounter danger down there, so be careful everyone. With that, the girl in pink was the first to jump through a pitch-black crack. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze. In a flash, he followed closely behind and was the second to jump. With their spirit energy restricted, none of them were able to fly. As he did not know how deep the crack was, Su Zimo pushed his palms against the walls after jumping down to try and control his speed of fall with the use of friction. At the same time, he looked towards the girl in pink. She was extremely agile and tapped against the walls lightly with her feet constantly, as though she was a fairy dancing off the edge of a cliff. In the blink of an eye, the girl in pink and Su Zimo landed one after another. Right on the heels of them was the 4 foundation establishment cultivators of Southern Mountains sect and that itinerant cultivator. All 5 of them were body-tempering cultivators with extraordinary physique. As such, none of them met with any injuries. In that crack, there were only 2 paths front and back. The girl in pink hesitated slightly before pointing in a direction and walking in front of everyone. Before long, a fork appeared in the road ahead. This was the intersection of 2 cracks. In the middle of the intersection laid a corpse. Its eyes were widened and it had a blood-red sword scar at its glabella. Since it was still dripping with warm blood, it was clear that the person had not died for long. Chapter 163, Thousand-Faced Assassin. Chapter 163, Thousand-Faced Assassin. When she saw the corpse that still had a trace of warmth to it, the girl in pink's expression remained unchanged even though a strange glint flickered in her gaze. The 4 Southern Mountains sect cultivators were tense and gripped their weapons tightly. As body-tempering cultivators, they would naturally carry melee combat weapons with them, similar to the likes of Su Zimo's cold moon saber and Little Fatty's gigantic axe. Of the 4 Southern Mountains sect cultivators, 3 of them held swords while the other one wielded a hook. The itinerant cultivator, Yan Fei, was barehanded. However, his sleeves were wide as if he had tricks hidden in them. With a glance, Su Zimo could vaguely guess that Yan Fei's weapon should be a pair of arm guards. It was a well-hidden, short and fierce type of weapon that could be used both defensively and offensively. It was equivalent to him fighting with his arms, except that it was invincible and indestructible. It was obvious that this underground place was far from friendly. Other than the fact that they were charmed to their toes by the girl in pink, the reason why the 5 of them were willing to follow along was because they were truly capable. After all, there was an ancient spirit lock formation here. Even if a perfected Foundation establishment cultivator with 8 meridians unlocked were to come here, they might die in regret if they were weak in melee combat. At the fork, the 5 men protected the girl in pink in the middle and surveyed the surroundings. It was only after they confirmed that there was no danger that they continued forth. Su Zimo hung around at the back, not too far, not too near. Pausing beside the corpse at the fork, he glanced sideways. The person's eyes were widened and filled with confusion. It was as though he didn't know how he had died. The sword scar at the glabella was thin, and it was clear that the assailant was extremely swift, such that this man was killed without even having time to react. Su Zimo continued to follow the girl in pink and the others in front. Before long, they came across 2 more corpses lying diagonally on the ground that looked identical to the one before. Those 2 corpses did not have their storage bags either. Wu Xiangming and the rest swept their gazes and tried to protect the girl in pink as she walked past the 2 corpses. All of a sudden, Su Zimo felt a strong palpitating sensation as though his scalp was going numb. The feeling came extremely suddenly without any warning at all. Even though he did not sense any danger, Su Zimo subconsciously shouted softly, "Stop." Upon hearing Su Zimo's voice, the girl in pink seemed to have thought of something as she stopped in her tracks. Bursting from her legs, she leaped backwards in a flash. Wu Xiangming and the rest were momentarily stunned. Right then, a corpse lying diagonally to the sides suddenly moved its pupils in a sinister manner. It stood up and pulled an extremely thin sword out of nowhere, dashing forth and stabbing twice. Poof! Poof! A sword beam flashed, followed by 2 crisp sounds. Su Zimo was stunned. The corpse had attacked too quickly. If he was in another position and did not have spirit perception, he would not have been able to dodge those 2 attacks either. 2 Southern Mountains sect cultivators had their back facing Su Zimo. Even though he could not see their expressions, he could feel their bodies turning stiff as they fell front, no longer breathing. Even though the corpse had killed 2 men, it did not stop at all. Tapping its feet lightly, it sped in front and moved like a ghost, flickering and disappearing into the darkness. Swish! Swish! At the same time, 2 black beams of light pierced through the darkness and chased after the black shadow, letting out a whimper and disappearing. Not far away, Su Zimo wielded his sanguine crystal bow and shot out 2 arrows. It was a pity that the corpse had escaped first and those 2 arrows weren't able to hurt it given its beguiling movements. Clang! Clang! Soon after, 2 crisp sounds could be heard from the darkness ahead. True enough. The 2 arrows missed, the sounds came from them striking the walls. Standing beside Su Zimo, the girl in pink had a strange glow in her eyes. Of the people present, she was the only one who knew the identity of that corpse. On the surface, that corpse did not have any loopholes. It was identical to the previous corpse they had encountered, right down to the scar that flowed with warm blood. However, the girl in pink had not expected that the young man with delicate features would be the first to realize that it was a disguise. The corpse that had just escaped was the most cold-blooded killer within the Fiend's sects, the true assassin. No one within the Fiend's sects had seen the true face of the corpse. He could be a corpse, or an elderly man with long, white hair. He could also be an innocent and naive child or even a woman. Rather, no one knew whether he was a man or a woman. Those of the Fiend's sects referred to him as the thousand-faced assassin. The girl in pink only knew that this person was a fiend heir from this generation's hidden death sect. With talent comparable to powerhouses of ancient fiend sects, he was regarded as the strongest fiend heir of hidden death sect. Both the girl in pink's pure maiden sect and the thousand-faced assassin's hidden death sect were part of the 7 fiend sections. The moment Su Zimo issued the warning, the girl in pink was reminded of that terrifying figure and retreated right away. However, what surprised the girl in pink was that the thousand-faced assassin chose to retreat after killing 2 people. This meant that there was someone among them that made the thousand-faced assassin feel threatened, so he did not continue to take the risk. Within the same level, the thousand-faced assassin had killed countless of geniuses and without failing once. His remarkable track record rendered many demon cultivators speechless. On the one hand, it was because the thousand-faced assassin's methods were cold and harsh. On the other hand, it was also proof of his cautiousness. Just who was it that caused this strongest fiend heir of hidden death sect to feel apprehensive? The girl in pink swept her gaze across Wu Xiangming and the other cultivators, finally landing on Su Zimo. Even though the process of the thousand-faced assassin's appearance to his exit seemed slow, it happened within a split second in reality. Wu Xiangming and the rest did not have time to react to it at all. Among those present, Su Zimo was the calmest. Not only did he realize something was amiss, he could even retaliate. It was evident who the thousand-faced assassin was wary of. This was the first time that the girl in pink realized Su Zimo was not as pathetic as she had imagined. It was especially so when he fired the arrows earlier on. That handsome man was in fact exuding an aura so fierce it could destroy everything. Not everyone would dare to lay a hand against a fiend heir of hidden death sect. The girl in pink's eyes lit up as she thought to herself, the way he attacked so decisively. I wonder if he would still behave the same way if he knew it was the thousand-faced assassin. You know who that was? Su Zimo stared into the girl in pink's eyes and asked, frowning. She blinked and replied, no, I don't. Su Zimo retracted his gaze. He knew that if the girl in pink did not wish to tell, he would not get the true answer no matter how he questioned. Not far away, there were now only 2 of the 4 Southern Mountains sect cultivators left. Even though the both of them looked pained, they immediately removed the storage bags from the 2 corpses and kept it for themselves. And you call that a righteous cultivator of the orthodox path? When the girl in pink saw that, she let out a cold smirk beneath her veil. Chapter 164, Unavoidable Fight. Chapter 164, Unavoidable Fight. My condolences, fellow Taoists. The girl in pink came to Wu Xiangming's side and said, that person attacked us out of no reason and killed 2 people. It's highly likely that was someone from a fiend sect. Wu Xiangming and the others nodded in pain. Sigh, it's all my fault. The girl in pink sighed gently in an aggrieved manner. If it wasn't for me, those 2 fellow Taoists wouldn't have been implicated and ended up dying here. Those from Fiend's sects are so powerful. I think we're no match for them. When he heard that, Wu Xiangming hurriedly said, it's not your fault, Yenner. The girl in pink pursed her lips as a glint flashed in her eyes. As though she had made some sort of a decision, she replied gently, Brother Wu, please leave. I've decided to proceed alone. Please don't follow me anymore. If you guys end up being hurt because of me, I'll... The girl in pink burst into tears as she spoke, tears welling up in her eyes in a pitiful manner. For that moment, Su Zimo was almost moved by the girl in pink's display of emotions as well. However, he snapped out of his stupor right after and his expression was cold. Wu Xiangming was somewhat at a loss. He wanted to reach out and help the girl in pink wipe away her tears. However, as though he had lost his courage, he immediately remarked, Yenner, don't cry. Don't worry. I'll definitely accompany you to the very end. The other Southern Mountains sect cultivator chimed in as well. At the side, Yen Fei was evidently moved too. However, the way he looked at the girl in pink was a little strange, as though there was a hint of lust and evil in his eyes. Yenner, listen to me. Wu Xiangming said deeply, that person may have been swift and decisive in his attacks, but in a direct battle, he may not be a match for me. The girl in pink stopped sniffling and nodded her head, not fully understanding. Su Zimo lamented internally, even though this person is completely bewitched by the girl in pink, he still has some sanity left in him and knows how to analyze the situation. In Su Zimo's opinion, the corpse earlier was akin to how assassins behaved as detailed in history books. If they missed their attacks, they would flee. Assassins need not be extremely strong, but they specialize in disguise, concealment and stealth. Like a shadow, the combination of those techniques was terrifying and extremely difficult to deal with. Of course, although Wu Xiangming realized that, Su Zimo did not have high hopes of him. Not to mention Wu Xiangming, even Su Zimo did not guarantee that he would be able to escape unscathed from that assassin if he did not have his spirit perception. That was a terrifying assassin. Through the various details of that attempt earlier, it was clear that the assassin's true strength and physique was also extremely strong. But of course, Su Zimo had his spirit perception and was not afraid of that assassin. If he dared appear once more, Su Zimo would definitely kill him right away. Someone like that was way too dangerous. Perhaps he had sensed something. The assassin did not appear once more after escaping. The girl in pink continued to navigate the cracks, protected by Wu Xiangming and the other two. Su Zimo stood at the back with burning eyes and quivering ears. Nothing could elude his senses. This time round, Wu Xiangming and the other two were evidently much more careful with every step they took. When they encountered corpses again, neither of them walked past just like that. Instead, they chose to stay by the girl in pink's side and proceed in a triangular formation while stabbing the corpses a couple of times. Before long, they arrived at yet another fork. Wu Xiangming turned and looked at Su Zimo, who had kept silent the entire way. Feeling a sudden sense of frustration, he shouted, "Hey, that's Su something. You had better stop following us. The sight of you makes me irritated." To Wu Xiangming, Su Zimo was almost non-existent to a point where he did not even bother to remember the latter's name. That's right. That person hasn't helped at all and is timid like a mouse. He doesn't even dare to walk in front and just chooses to follow us. Another Southern Mountains sect cultivator grumbled. Su Zimo did not reply and merely looked calm with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Through the journey, Su Zimo hardly made any moves. Most of the time, he was just watching coldly from the sidelines. The reason why he did not do anything was because there was no need to. To Wu Xiangming, Su Zimo merely shouted for them to stop and fired 2 arrows. However, only the girl in pink knew how important that warning and 2 arrows fired from Su Zimo was. Given the thousand-faced assassin's history, he would have killed everyone else except her if he didn't have anything to be wary of. Standing at the fork, Wu Xiangming looked at Su Zimo and questioned in disdain, "Su Zimo, tell me. What are you good for, huh?" "Brother Wu, please don't make things difficult for him," the girl in pink quickly said at the side. "Humph." Wu Xiangming harumphed coldly and turned back, walking to the right of the fork while mumbling incessantly, "Bloody disciple of Ethereal Peak. He's nothing at all." Right at that moment, Su Zimo stood on the spot. As though he had sensed something, his eyes shone with a cold glint. "You asked me what I'm good for, huh?" Su Zimo suddenly laughed and replied calmly, "Actually, my role is simple. At the very least, I can warn some people from stepping onto a path of no return. Stop acting mysterious and spouting nonsense." Wu Xiangming turned around and scoffed coldly, "Speak your mind. There's no need to beat around the bush." Su Zimo pointed to the path behind Wu Xiangming and replied indifferently, "If I were you, I wouldn't continue down this path." "Ha ha ha ha." Wu Xiangming burst out in laughter. "What a bloody joke. You really think someone like you, an early-stage foundation establishment, is qualified to teach me on what path I should take?" "As you wish," Su Zimo raised his brows. Wu Xiangming kept his smile and replied coldly, "Su something, let me give a piece of advice to a cowardly cultivator like you. Hurry and go home to be a farmer instead, lest you come out and embarrass yourself." You want to cultivate immortality and gain the Tao with those guts? Dream on. Fufu, senior brother Wu is absolutely right, another Southern Mountains sect cultivator joined in. Yenner, let's go. There's no need to listen to this punk's nonsense. With me around, even if there are fiend cultivators, they will have to make way. Wu Xiangming remarked as he walked down the fork path with the other Southern Mountains sect cultivator. The girl in pink hesitated slightly and looked at Su Zimo before following them. Yan Fei stared the girl in pink's graceful figure with a burning gaze and followed suit. Su Zimo merely watched the four of them head down the path without following. Due to the presence of the ancient spirit restricting formation, none of them were able to use their storage bags. As such, they had taken all the items they needed before entering the place. Su Zimo's choice was his cold moon saber and sanguine crystal bow along with 10 arrows. He stood on the spot and removed the sanguine crystal bow from his back. Holding 3 arrows in his hands, he muttered with a cold gaze, "In the end, this is still an unavoidable fight." Su Zimo's hearing power was incredible. Just a moment earlier, he vaguely heard footsteps from the deep end of the road. There were many people. At the same time, there was a fresh scent of blood wafting from the road. Those people had ill intentions. That was the reason why Su Zimo persuaded Wu Xiangming and the rest to not head down that fork road. Unfortunately, they chose not to heed his advice. Chapter 165, Such Fast Arrows. Chapter 165, Such Fast Arrows. Wu Xiangming and the other Southern Mountains sect cultivator walked in front and the itinerant cultivator, Yan Fei, took the back, leaving the girl in pink in the middle. After walking for a while, Wu Xiangming frowned and suddenly stopped in his tracks, listening intently. Oh. His expression changed as he whispered, "There's people up ahead. Hurry, retreat." If it was just a couple of people, Wu Xiangming would not be afraid of them. However, the footsteps were messy and it was evident that there were many people rushing in their direction rapidly. Not daring to undertake the risk, Wu Xiangming intended to retreat from where they were before making further plans. However, the people up ahead were extremely fast. Just as Wu Xiangming finished speaking, there were already many people ahead of him. Their weapons flashed maliciously as they let out a cold and murderous aura. Without hesitating, the girl in pink was the first to retreat. Wu Xiangming and the other 2 did the same. However, because he and the Southern Mountains sect cultivator was at the front when they entered, they were now the last while retreating. Fufufu. A hoarse and sinister laughter echoed out behind them. When she heard the laughter, a cold glint flickered through the eyes of the girl in pink. She knew who was on the other end. The sinister voice rang once more, "Demoness G, to think that you would dare get involved in this mess too. You're really tired of living, aren't you?" The girl in pink's red lips opened slightly beneath her veil, as though she wanted to say something but held back. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sharp blades tore through the air with great force and extreme speed. Wu Xiangming and the other guy at the back did not dare to delay as they spun around and slashed back with their swords hurriedly. Clang! Clang! The ear-piercing sound of metals clashing could be heard as sparks flew in the darkness. Wu Xiangming and the other guy's bodies trembled. Even though they had managed to block the attacks, they could feel their arms going numb. That momentary delay was all it took for the vanguard of the pursuers to come close. Looking menacing and murderous, they bellowed and pounced over. "Yenner, leave first. I'll hold them here. I'll definitely not let them reach you," Wu Xiangming shouted without turning back. Standing in the middle of the path with his fellow sect mate, they faced the incoming aggressors. "You must be courting death." Wu Xiangming harumphed and twisted his wrist. His long sword trembled and let out a menacing sword chi, coiling like an unpredictable python as it stabbed forth. Panic flashed across the eyes of the lunging aggressor. He clearly had not expected such means from Wu Xiangming. Even though he wanted to dodge, it was too late. A bloody light flashed and a bloody hole appeared on the man's chest, his eyes dimming gradually. Wu Xiangming kicked the man's corpse away and continued fighting with the other pursuers. Melee combat was far more dangerous than sword kinesis fights. This was because both parties would be revolving around a small area and it was a fight of speed without much room for reaction. Any single bit of carelessness would result in one being struck by an attack and may even possibly lead to their deaths instantly. The two cultivators ahead were barehanded. Coupled with the fact that they underestimated their opponents, they ended up being killed within a single move by Wu Xiangming and the other Southern Mountains sect cultivator. Initially, Wu Xiangming thought that those two swords would be able to scare the cultivators at the back. However, he did not expect that despite the deaths of the two cultivators, the other pursuers did not even hesitate as they dashed at him expressionlessly. The coldness in their eyes caused Wu Xiangming's heart to skip a beat. "Who are you guys?" he questioned loudly while retreating. "You dare barge into this place without even knowing who we are? Seems like you were quite bewitched by that demoness G, huh? Fufufu, your stupidity knows no bounds." A cold laughter echoed from the crowd. "I'm a disciple of Southern Mountains sect, one of the 5 major sects. I don't know of any demoness G. You had better tell me who you are lest we end up on bad terms." Wu Xiangming shouted once more. Chapter 129, Hexagonal Sword Formation. Chapter 129, Hexagonal Sword Formation. Even though Su Zimo was still calm upon hearing that, the many disciples below were shocked and excited. Senior Brother Feng's finally about to use the Sect's secret skill. I heard that it's one of the 3 major secret skills, Ethereal Sword. Through the ethereal planes, the sword is nowhere to be seen. Ethereal Sword is one of the strongest sword kinesis skills within our great Zhou dynasty. Finally, we'll get to see it today. Most of the people present were trial disciples of the 5 peaks who usually would not have a chance to catch a glimpse of the Sect's secret skills. Right now, their eyes were all widened in anticipation. The disheveled old man frowned. He looked at Wen Xian and said in a deep voice, "Let's stop the battle here and consider it as a draw between both parties." In all fairness, for Feng Haoyu to have to use the Sect's secret skills against Su Zimo, he had already lost in the first place. That was because most normal trial disciples would not have the rights to learn Ethereal Sword. The disheveled old man's suggestion at this point was already a compromise on his end. Wen Xian pondered for a short moment before shaking his head. At this point, how can we appease the masses if a victor is not decided? Wen Xian, is it because you're indignant that Feng Haoyu was unable to win this? The disheveled old man was a little angry. Yes. Wen Xian turned to the disheveled old man and replied, "The 3 of you have been teaching Su Zimo how to refine elixirs, weapons and imparting sword formations to him. I can let that slide. However, Feng Haoyu is a disciple of Spirit Peak. I can't let him lose in a battle. That is a concern of my peak's glory." "You." The disheveled old man hesitated. Wen Xian waved it off. "I'm never wrong in my judgment of people. Haoyu is the future hope of our sect. At the end of the day, the legacy of our sect is not about elixir or weapon refinement. True strength is what matters." Right then in the spirit arena, Su Zimo said something that interrupted the argument between the disheveled old man and Wen Xian. "The Sect's secret skill?" Su Zimo laughed and shook his head. "Feng Haoyu, if that's your last resort, you will definitely lose this fight." Everyone was stunned. No one could imagine that Su Zimo would say something like that in the face of the Sect's secret skill. Was he looking down on the Sect's secret skill or Feng Haoyu? What right did Su Zimo have? Ha ha ha. Feng Haoyu burst out in laughter. "Su Zimo, I think you don't know just how strong our Sect's secret skill is to speak of that nonsense. Today, I'll teach you how to be a human. Go." Feng Haoyu conjured a sword art as his fingertip emitted a trace of spiritual energy and injected it into the flying sword. Quivering endlessly, the sword tore through the voids and a series of shadows appeared behind it in a bewitching manner. It was hard to tell between reality and illusion. When he saw that, Wen Xian nodded as his eyes flashed with admiration. The brown-haired youth commented with a grave look, there are 3 levels to ethereal sword. To think that Feng Haoyu would have mastered level 1, shadows, this quickly. Haoyu has a wind spirit root to begin with and he's the most suited to cultivate ethereal sword. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him learn the Sect's secret skill while he's in Qi condensation realm, Wen Xian replied indifferently. In the spirit arena. Su Zimo retracted his 3 flying swords which hovered in front of him. Slapping his storage bag, another 3 flying swords appeared in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, all 3 of them were inferior-grade spirit weapons as well. Everyone was stunned. 6 inferior-grade flying swords. That was something completely unimaginable for Qi refinement warriors. What's going on? Holy fuck. How is Su Zimo taking out inferior-grade spirit weapons 3 at a time? How is he obtaining them so cheaply? Most of the cultivators watched with widened eyes as their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Many disciples were already envious over Su Zimo's previous summoning of 3 inferior-grade flying swords. Now that he summoned yet another 3, most of them could not take it any longer. Chapter 166, Tsunami Blood. Chapter 166, Tsunami Blood. 3 black flashes of light tore through the air and came close in the blink of an eye with a chilling intent. The black-robed cultivator was still charging forward with his initial momentum. Without any time to think, he collapsed to his knees immediately and had his body fall backwards. With such a dodging method, everyone behind the black-robed cultivator suffered. Poof! 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 The sounds of arrows piercing through flesh rang out constantly as blood splattered all over. Tragic shrieks could be heard and the crowd fell onto the ground in a terrible mess. Due to inertia, the black-robed cultivator's knees slid a distance forward, tearing the bottom of his robes and staining them with mud. Sitting up straight, there was a faint scar of blood between the eyes of the black-robed cultivator that was extremely glaring. Even though he had already reacted extremely quickly, he was still a tad slower and the arrow cut his glabella. Instantly, the pupils of the black-robed cultivator turned dark as ink. In fact, even the whites of his eyes were veiled with a dark fog. As malevolent aura shrouded him, he ordered coldly, I don't care who shot that arrow. Today, you're definitely going to. Before he could finish, a voice rang from the fork. Shut up. The voice sounded impatient and commanding. That enraged the black-robed cultivator. Here, no one else could order him around. Just as he was about to finish his sentence with die for sure, another cold flash of light appeared accompanied by a buzzing sound. It was yet another arrow. The black-robed cultivator had no choice but to swallow his words before he could finish and bend over that straightened body of his once more. Poof! 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 The cultivators behind him were the victims again. At the fork. The girl in pink and Yen Fei had already escaped. Looking at Su Zimo who was shooting the arrows, the girl in pink frowned. Gritting her teeth, she glared and questioned, Su Zimo, weren't you afraid that your arrows might have hit us just now? Su Zimo gave the girl in pink a cold look. Without saying anything, he gestured towards the other path on the fork, indicating for her to head in that direction. Biting her red lips, the girl in pink said in a low voice, remember that your mission is to protect my safety. Still expressionless, Su Zimo looked at the fork road where the black-robed cultivator was and suddenly asked, those are people of the Fiend Sects? That's right, they are disciples of Fiend Sects. The girl in pink nodded hurriedly. Oh. Su Zimo replied and turned to look at the girl in pink, replying indifferently, I never show mercy to anyone from Fiend sections. If I meet one, I kill one. He truly bore a deep hatred towards Fiend sections. Back in Yen country, Joyful sect was not of the orthodox path. Furthermore, he had personally witnessed the cruel methods of the Fiend sects where hundreds of thousands of innocents suffered tragic deaths in Linfeng City. Even though Su Zimo's comment seemed casual, it felt like he was implying something as well. A glint flashed in the girl in pink's eyes as she smiled. You can't be so sure of that. Su Zimo did not say anything and hung the sanguine crystal bow on his back. Pulling out the cold moon saber from his waist, he headed for the fork road. The black-robed cultivator charged over with his black bone spear only to see a scholarly-looking green-robed man headed for his direction. The man was slinging a blood-red bow and a quiver on his back, holding a long saber in his hands. "You were the one who fired the arrows?" The eyes of the black-robed cultivator lit up as his lips curled slightly. With a cruel look in his eyes, he strode forth and stabbed with the spear. Malevolent aura surrounded the bone spear, gushing out like black ink. Even though he had not injected any spirit energy, the might of that bone spear far surpassed other weapons. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he twisted his wrist and slashed up with the cold moon saber. Clang! The bone spear was flung away by the cold moon saber. "Oh!" The black-robed cultivator exclaimed softly with a look of surprise, wondering internally, what's the background of this person? In this place, he had not to come across a cultivator that could not only defend against his bone spear, but force it away. Of the 7 Fiend sects, there were only 3 that imparted high-quality body tempering techniques. The strongest among those 3 was Overlord Palace, followed by Malevolent Earth Sect and lastly, Hidden Death Sect. Even though disciples of the other 4 Fiend sects tempered their bodies as well, they merely did it by making use of spirit chi and energy. That was the most common form of body tempering. However, compared to true body tempering cultivators, those cultivators were much weaker in melee combat. As the Fiend heir of this generation's Malevolent Earth Sect, the black-robed cultivator's melee combat strength needed no elaboration. Before entering this place, the black-robed cultivator only considered 2 people in this inheritance ground that was worth his attention, the Fiend heirs of Overlord Palace and Hidden Death Sect. There was naturally no way this green-robed scholar before him was the Fiend heir of Overlord Palace. Even though the Fiend heir of Hidden Death Sect was known as the Thousand-Faced Assassin and no one had seen his true appearance, his choice of weapon was constant. It was the Blade of Assassins, Hidden Death Sect's heritage weapon. A long and slender sword, the Blade of Assassins was unlike the saber in front of him. Swish! After repelling the bone spear, Su Zimo's cold moon saber did not rest and continued slashing forth, aimed for the cheek of the black-robed cultivator. Before the attack arrived, the black-robed cultivator could already feel its chilling intent. If not for the fact that he had tempered his body with spirit and malevolent chi over many years, the black-robed cultivator may have turned stiff against the aura of that attack. How strong! The black-robed cultivator did not dare to be careless as he hurriedly retreated and dodged the attack. In that short while, the other cultivators of Malevolent Earth Sect swarmed from the fork road and surrounded Su Zimo. "Fufu, what a pity that someone of your skills will have to die here." Laughing, the black-robed cultivator channeled his bloodline and instantly, his eyes turned black as ink without any traces of white in them. A faint malevolent aura was emitted from him. With an indifferent expression, Su Zimo shook the saber in his hands and his bloodline began to churn as well. "I'll let you have a proper burial today." The black-robed cultivator bellowed and released his power of blood before charging forth. With a flick of his bone spear, a huge circular arc appeared. Black gas swirled around as the tip of the spear fluttered, making it difficult to tell what it was. At the side, the other Malevolent Earth Sect cultivators struck as well. Fufufu. Su Zimo burst out into laughter, his eyes filled with killing intent. Splash! Splash! Before his laughter ended, the black-robed cultivator and everyone else heard the gushing of an ocean. That sound came from the body of that green-robed scholar. What? That's the sound when one channels their bloodline. What a strong bloodline. Could it be the legendary Tsunami blood realm? Everyone's expressions changed in disbelief. Body tempering techniques were differentiated into high and low qualities. Low-quality body tempering techniques merely tempered one's skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. However, a high-quality body tempering technique could achieve an effect of swapping blood using the bone marrow. For high-quality body tempering techniques, there would always be mention of a specific realm for blood swapping, lead-mercury amalgam. What it meant was that every single drop of blood in that realm would be as heavy, tough, dense, and powerful as lead and mercury. That was an extremely high realm of blood swapping and was difficult to achieve. Above lead-mercury amalgam, there was an even more mystical realm, Tsunami blood. It was said that if a body-tempered cultivator of that realm were to channel his bloodline, his body would produce the gushing sounds of a tsunami and burst forth with explosive power. Each time a cultivator as such attacked, he would carry the surging aura of a tsunami as though he wanted to annihilate the world. Power as such was unstoppable and terrifying beyond words. Chapter 167, I'll kill you first. Chapter 167, I'll kill you first. Everyone was shocked and they heard the sound of tsunami blood. Immediately, the expressions of the black-robed cultivator and everyone else changed once more. Disbelief spread across their faces as their pupils contracted. Bang! Boom! Boom! There was also a faint sound of thunder amidst the sound of tsunamis. It was deep, powerful and shocking. What is this? Why is there thunder in that tsunami sound? After cultivating 2 top-notch marrow cleansing techniques, Su Zimo's realm was not comparable to a mere tsunami blood. The sound of his bloodline was like thunder, resonating like a tiger and leopard. This was the tiger-leopard thunder sound, something unheard of in Tianhuang mainland. Not to mention the black-robed cultivator, even the patriarch-level demons of Malevolent Earth sect would not be able to recognize the origin of this bloodline. Each time Su Zimo released his power of blood now, he would not only possess the grandeur of a tsunami, he would also possess the ferocity of tigers and leopards alongside the intense power of thunder. A bedazzling streak of lightning appeared on the cold moon saber and illuminated the darkness around them. The expression of the black-robed cultivator changed starkly. Malevolent Qi had a Yin attribute and was mostly hidden underground beneath the 9 hells. What it feared most was an unyielding power such as thunder. The bone spear he was wielding was tempered using malevolent Qi. Even merely waving it without any stances would produce considerable power. Coupled with the malevolent Qi in his bloodline, the might of the bone spear was even greater. But right now, the trump card of the black-robed cultivator was suppressed entirely by Su Zimo. Without any time to think, the black-robed cultivator retracted his spear alongside the changing momentum of the fight. Gripping his bone spear tightly with both hands, he gave up on offense and went for complete defense. Clang! The cold moon saber struck the bone spear heavily. Pitch-black malevolent Qi had just gushed up from the bone spear and was suppressed by a brilliant surge of lightning immediately. The body of the black-robed cultivator trembled in shock. With a low grunt, he retreated repeatedly as his arms ached in soreness terribly. Actually, he was not weaker than Su Zimo in terms of strength. However, the power of thunder was an innate weakness for malevolent Qi. Even if the black-robed cultivator was strong, he could only exert less than 70% of his strength and was forced to retreat against Su Zimo. If this was the case for a Fiend heir of Malevolent Earth sect, it was even worse for the rest. Sword beams and shadows flashed repeatedly as a group of Malevolent Earth sect cultivators surrounded Su Zimo. He narrowed his eyes. It was unrealistic to think he would be able to kill the black-robed cultivator in a short period of time. If he was held up by the ladder, he might very well fall into an entrapment. No matter how weak those Malevolent Earth sect cultivators were, they were also body-tempered cultivators. Su Zimo did not dare to be overconfident. His eyes lit up as he roared into the skies. Bursting with his feet, he dashed to the side and slashed out with his cold moon saber. It was a ferocious attack. With a loud snap, the weapon in a Malevolent Earth sect cultivator's hands was severed by Su Zimo. His entire body was cleaved into 2 as blood gushed out, splattering his organs to the ground and filling the air with a stench of blood. Poof! Poof! Su Zimo flipped his hand and the cold moon saber made 2 more arcs. 2 Malevolent Earth sect cultivators felt a stinging pain on their throats as a thin, blood scar formed on their necks. After a slight delay, a blood mist sprayed out from them. Su Zimo sidestepped and slashed out a bloody path in a domineering manner. He did not pause at all as weapons started falling in all directions. After he rushed out, Su Zimo almost did not stop at all before charging back. Swoosh! With a slash of his saber, his blood surged and thunder rumbled. Ah! A malevolent earth sect cultivator roared and channeled his blood. He lifted a large shield with his upper body and charged forth. Boom! A deafening sound could be heard when the cold moon saber landed on the shield. Right after, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Behind the shield, the face of the malevolent earth sect cultivator was ashen. His bones were completely shattered as he collapsed to the ground, coughing out blood as life drained out of him. That strike caused everyone watching to tremble in fear as their teeth chattered. Su Zimo did not know of any saber techniques at all. His attacks were all discovered through actual combat. With large saber strikes, his bearing was magnificent and extremely forceful. Of the malevolent earth sect cultivators, the black-robed cultivator was the only one who could withstand Su Zimo's power head-on. For the rest, the best outcome was for their weapons to be hid away from their hands. The worst would be death on the spot. Because no one was able to face Su Zimo head-on, the many cultivators of malevolent earth sect could not form their circular attack formation. Lad, you're from an immortal sect? The black-robed cultivator frowned and questioned. Immortal sect? Su Zimo frowned. He only understood many of the things he did not know in the past after joining Ethereal Peak. Immortal, that was a word that no one was qualified to use in the cultivation world, and many people would not dare to either. If immortal cultivation was that simple, why would it be called cultivation? Back in Pingyang Town, when Su Zimo saw perfected being Tsang Lang, he thought that was an immortal who was backed by an immortal sect. But in reality, perfected being Tsang Lang could only be considered a cultivator, and Iridescent Cloud's Palace was merely one of the 5 major sects, not an immortal sect. Within the region of the Great Zhou dynasty, no one had heard of the existence of an immortal sect. The black-robed cultivator took Su Zimo's silence as acknowledgement and felt slightly better internally. The 9 immortal and 7 fiend sects were on par. They were the top factions of Tianhuang mainland. If this green-robed scholar was a successor of an immortal sect, it would make sense for his bloodline to be this powerful. Fellow Daoist, you've got quite the guts. As someone of an immortal sect, how dare you interfere in the affairs of our fiend sects? From what I know, cultivators of all 7 fiend sects are here today. Other than me, the other 5 fiend heirs are here too. The black-robed cultivator scoffed coldly. It'll be wise of you to leave now. If you really bump into that lunatic from Overlord Palace, you won't be able to leave if you wanted to. 7 fiend sects? Demon heir? Overlord Palace? Those words were extremely foreign to Su Zimo, and he had not heard of them before. But, since they were from fiend sects, it made no difference to Su Zimo. He would just kill them all. Oh. Su Zimo raised his brow and asked in reverse, so, that means you're the fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect? That's right. The black-robed cultivator replied proudly. That's perfect. Su Zimo's eyes lit up brightly with an even more ferocious killing intent. He declared coldly, since we've met, I'll kill you first. Oh. The black-robed cultivator was rattled as his heart skipped a beat. He had not expected that his statement would not only fail to scare off Su Zimo, but bring forth killing intent instead. In theory, anyone from immortal sects would want to keep a safe distance no matter what if they heard news of the Fiend Heirs gathering. The gathering of Fiend Heirs was equivalent to the gathering of the top successors of the Fiend sections. With that, what other Tianhuang mainland cultivator of the same level would dare to linger at a place as such? That was unless legacy disciples of the 9 immortal sects were gathered as well. However, the black-robed cultivator would not have guessed that Su Zimo's fearlessness was not because he was confident in his skills. Rather, it was because Su Zimo wasn't someone of an immortal sect, and nor had he heard of the name of the 7 fiend sections. Damn it, yet another lunatic. The black-robed cultivator cursed internally. which one of the 9 immortal sects produced such a freak? And worse still, why the hell was I the one to bump into him? Before that thought of his was finished, Su Zimo had already arrived before him. Boom! With the plow heaven stride, a huge ravine appeared on the ground. It was a terrifying sight. Chapter 168, Forced Retreat. Chapter 168, Forced Retreat. With the plow heaven stride, Su Zimo's aura became even stronger. In that sheer instant, the black-robed cultivator had a hallucination that a gigantic fissure was ripped out in the skies above him. Su Zimo swung his cold moon saber and drew an arc in the air. Cleaving down viciously at the head of the black-robed cultivator, his saber was filled with a cold aura and sharp killing intent. Not daring to clash head-on, the black-robed cultivator took a sidestep and glided beside Su Zimo. His bone spear struck out like a viper from a tricky angle. Oh! He narrowed his eyes. At that moment, he had many options. He could repel the incoming bone spear with his cold moon saber, or he could dodge the attack and retaliate after. However, both options would eliminate the advantage that Su Zimo had just accumulated. Besides, it was inappropriate for him to fight the other party overly given such circumstances where he was surrounded by multiple enemies. The best way of getting out of this situation was to kill the black-robed cultivator using thunder methods. That would destroy the minds of the malevolent earth sect cultivators completely. Faced with the incoming bone spear, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he hollered, "Good strike." He did not evade or dodge at all. Instead, he opened his palm like a fan and grabbed the bone spear. At the same time, Su Zimo changed strategy and stopped his downward cleave. Flicking his wrist, he held the cold moon saber in reverse and slashed at the black-robed cultivator's threat. "You must be courting death." The black-robed cultivator harumphed coldly. No one would be able to defend against his bone spear barehanded. He believed even that lunatic from Overlord Palace could not do it. The black-robed cultivator was absolutely confident that he would stab Su Zimo in the chest after crushing his arm, piercing his heart and killing him on the spot. Right as Su Zimo's palm was about to make contact with the black-robed cultivator's bone spear, a strange change happened. A ball of lightning suddenly formed on Su Zimo's palm. It was bedazzling and coiled like an electric viper, crackling incessantly. Oh! Thunder art! The black-robed cultivator's expression changed as he could not help but exclaim. Even though Su Zimo's cold moon saber had lightning flashing on it previously, no one thought too much. They merely assumed that it was similar to the bone spear and was made from unique spirit materials that had lightning attributes. It was merely a spirit weapon. But right now, a ball of lightning was formed in Su Zimo's palm. What did that mean? The black-robed cultivator's first thought was that it was a thunder art. However, he realized that wasn't possible. With the ancient spirit lock formation, all Foundation establishment cultivators had their spirit energy locked. Even if this green-robed scholar was from an immortal sect, he was no exception. Bloodline. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the black-robed cultivator's mind. When Su Zimo channeled his blood previously, it not only emitted tsunami sounds but also the rumbling of thunder. This power of thunder originated from his bloodline. As the black-robed cultivator thought, Su Zimo's palm had already made contact with the bone spear. Instantly, the malevolent chi on the bone spear dissipated into emptiness and dispersed. The black-robed cultivator was not fazed. Even though the power of thunder could suppress the malevolent chi in his bone spear, Su Zimo's palm was flesh and blood after all and could not be compared to his bone spear. With a feral look on his face, the black-robed cultivator's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He roared and exerted strength in both arms, shaking his bone spear, bent on crushing Su Zimo's palm. Suddenly, the black-robed cultivator's expression froze. Su Zimo's palm turned soft all of a sudden and coiled around his bone spear like a tongue. Bam! The bone spear quivered and let out a dull ringing sound. Ah! Yelling in pain, the palm of the black-robed cultivator shattered. Blood splattered all over the place as the bone spear flew from his hand. At the same time, he felt a chilling intent striking from his side that had him feeling as though he had fallen into an ice cavern. The cold moon saber was slashing over. Not good. The black-robed cultivator's heart skipped a beat. It was too late by the time he wanted to dodge. Su Zimo's choice of receiving the black-robed cultivator's bone spear barehanded was just so he could kill the latter within a single move. With the death of the black-robed cultivator, the other cultivators of the malevolent earth sect that were like chickens and dogs would be of no threat to him. Oh. All of a sudden. As though he sensed something, Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. In a split second, a warning flashed in his heart and he felt a cold, murderous intent. It was a familiar killing intent. He had felt this from the assassin that pretended to be a dead corpse when they had just entered this place. Su Zimo did not know when that corpse had infiltrated this place and what he was disguised as this time round. The only thing he knew was that he would be buried here if he was any slower. At that thought, Su Zimo halted his cold moon saber. The black-robed cultivator was, after all, a fiend heir of malevolent earth sect. He had been through countless battles and there was no way he would give up an opportunity as such. Leaning back, the black-robed cultivator landed on the ground firmly and retreated furiously. Su Zimo did not stay at the same spot either. Suddenly, he sidestepped and lowered his body, using both hands and legs on the ground like a giant python that was maneuvering grass. Shing! A long, thin sword landed on the spot where Su Zimo stood earlier on, leaving a shocking sword scar in the ground. If Su Zimo was half a step slower, a bloodied hole would have appeared on his body. The person who struck out the sword was mixed in with the cultivators of malevolent earth sect. Even though he looked no different from anyone else, the long, thin sword he was wielding appeared unique. His gaze landing on the sword, the black-robed cultivator narrowed his eyes and let out a low cry, "Thousand-faced assassin." Even though the thousand-faced assassin's identity was revealed, there was no fluctuation in his expression and his gaze converged with no luster. Without saying a single word, the thousand-faced assassin flicked his wrist and the long, thin sword strangely disappeared. Following that, his body flashed like a ghost and he disappeared into the fork. With that missed attack, he fled right on the spot and did not give Su Zimo any chances. The black-robed cultivator's eyes flickered as he waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." As soon as he said that, the black-robed cultivator continued down the fork with the many malevolent earth sect cultivators following suit. Su Zimo's expression changed. After weighing his options on the spot, he turned and left, headed for the direction of the girl in pink. Even though it was a short exchange of blows, this incident would definitely cause quite a stir if the cultivation world knew about it. It wasn't just anyone who could force a retreat out of two fiend heirs single-handedly. But of course, there were two reasons why Su Zimo gave up on chasing after the black-robed cultivator. Initially, he had intended to end the battle in the swiftest possible manner by killing the black-robed cultivator using thunder methods. Now that the black-robed cultivator retreated into the fork under the protection of many, it wasn't a realistic option for Su Zimo to pursue any longer. Furthermore, there might be a supreme killer hidden along that fork road. The second reason was because of the girl in pink. Su Zimo had promised to ensure her safety. Even though he had already vaguely guessed her identity, he had to fulfill his promise before he was absolutely certain and could not afford to linger here for too long. Moreover, the itinerant cultivator, Yan Fei, was around the girl in pink. Su Zimo had long noticed that there was something amiss with the way Yan Fei looked at the girl in pink. Chapter 169, A Pool of Blood. Chapter 169, A Pool of Blood. The girl in pink and Yan Fei ran non-stop through the fork. Yan Fei's head was lowered and his eyes flashed with a changing expression. No one could read his thoughts. After a moment, a cold glint flashed in Yan Fei's eyes as though he had made up his mind about something. Moving forward suddenly, he pinned the girl in pink against the wall. He raised his arm and choked it around the girl in pink's throat, almost pressing himself against her entirely. Ugh. The girl in pink grunted softly and frowned, asking, "What are you doing?" "It hurts." The tender voice of the girl in pink seduced itself into Yen Fei's heart, causing it to skip a beat. Instinctively, he loosened his grip even though he did not remove his arms still. Leaning in, Yen Fei stared keenly into the girl in pink's eyes. He spoke with a warm moisture in his breath, "Demoness G, do you really think I'm like those fools of Southern Mountain Sect? You thought that I came to this place because I was bewitched by your charm as well? What are you talking about?" The girl in pink blinked huge, innocent eyes and asked in puzzlement. "Fufufu." Yen Fei smiled lecherously. "Stop pretending. Others may not know of your identity, but which disciple of Fiend's Sects would not know who you are? Furthermore, I've been coveting your body for the longest time, hee. The girl in pink's gaze turned cold as she asked, "You're from Cloud Rain Sect?" "Smart." Yen Fei praised. "No wonder you're this generation's pure maiden." With an unchanged expression, the girl in pink asked again, "Did Shengwan Yu send you?" "Him?" Yen Fei scoffed coldly, "Even though he's the Fiend heir of Cloud Rain Sect, he can't command me. As long as I obtain your body, I'll make a name for myself within the Fiend's Sects and gain a huge boost in my powers. I'll trample Shengwan Yu beneath my feet and replace him to be the new Fiend heir of Cloud Rain Sect. Demoness G, surrender that precious pure maiden essence in your body to me." "Why you're doing it here? What if someone comes?" Finally, a hint of panic flashed in the girl in pink's eyes as she asked with a trembling voice. Yen Fei laughed. "Don't worry, I'll take you out of this place right away so we don't get involved in this mess. As long as I obtain your pure maiden essence, it won't matter whether or not we get the inheritance of this place. Furthermore, there's that lunatic of Overlord Palace. Even if a couple of you Fiend heirs combine forces, you might not be a match for him. Be brother Yen. If I lose my virginity, my status as the pure maiden will be gone and I won't be able to stay in the sect any longer. See, can you not abandon Yenner?" The girl in pink wept as she said pitifully, "Brother Yen, as long as you don't let me down, I'm willing to serve you like a slave for the rest of my life without forsaking you." Yen Fei's heart softened. For the pure maiden of the Fiend's Sects to beg pitifully, there was no one who could turn down such a request heartlessly. However, today was a rare opportunity that Yen Fei could not possibly give up. "Yenner, don't worry. As long as I obtain your pure maiden essence, I'll definitely not abandon you." Yen Fei replied gently, "You under Cloud Rain Sect as well. If I become Cloud Rain Sect's Fiend heir, I'll have no lack of women around me. However, I guarantee that there'll always be a place for you." "Is that so?" Right then, the girl in pink exhaled with the fragrance of flowers. Lifting her veil gently, she revealed a flawless smile and a soul-stealing pink glint flickered through her eyes. Yen Fei was slightly taken aback and his expression stiffened, a momentary daze appearing in his eyes. Not good. The next moment, he was alarmed. Just as he was about to exert force through his arm, he felt a throbbing pain in his chest as he was drained of energy. In that moment when Yen Fei was dazed, the girl in pink suddenly struck and punched Yen Fei on the chest fiercely, injuring his heart severely. Right after, her arm climbed up Yen Fei's chest like a fair snake. Spreading her slender fingers, she grabbed Yen Fei's throat. Snap! The girl in pink's gaze was ice cold and she was extremely decisive, pinching it without hesitation. Yen Fei's throat ruptured and he died on the spot, his eyes filled with indignance. The entire process lasted for a very short period of time. When Yen Fei's body collapsed to the ground, the girl in pink's veil fell slowly and covered that ravishing face of hers once more. Su Zimo had just arrived in time to see the girl in pink retract her hand. Her palm was smooth as jade, shining and delicate. It was hard to imagine that a mere palm was so shockingly beautiful that it seemed like the most precious treasure in the world. Even though she had just killed someone, there wasn't a single drop of blood on her palm. After killing Yen Fei, the girl in pink felt something and glanced sideways. When she saw Su Zimo, the coldness in her gaze disappeared. Whimpering, she pounced over like a swallow returning to its nest while saying, "Brother Su, that was a close call. I was nearly bullied just now." Su Zimo's expression was indifferent, totally unmoved. When she pounced at him, he took a sidestep and dodged aside. Throwing herself into the air, the girl in pink pouted her red lips in grievance and confusion. Tears welled up in her eyes that seemed as though they could flow at any moment. After pausing for a moment, the girl in pink seemed to recall something as she asked in concern, "Brother Su, are you all right? Did those people from the demonic malevolent earth sect hurt you?" Su Zimo did not reply and said suddenly, "Let's continue ahead." "Yes, all right." The girl in pink nodded obediently. "Since it's your sect's inheritance ground, you know what's there to be inherited, right?" Along the way, Su Zimo asked casually. "Perhaps some cultivation techniques or secret skills?" The girl in pink replied ambiguously, "After all, I've never been to this place before too, so I don't know the exact details." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "But I've got a feeling that we're almost reaching the end." In the underground fork road, there was always a thin black fog that emitted a faint smell of blood. As Su Zimo and the girl in pink went deeper, the stench of blood grew thicker. Su Zimo speculated that even though there were many complex fork roads underground, if they were to head for a single direction, all of those roads would lead to the same endpoint. True enough. After walking for a while, Su Zimo and the girl in pink walked out of another fork. The scenery in front of them changed and suddenly became bright. This was an extremely spacious area. Around them, the mountain walls were steep with many dense cracks. Those cracks led to the countless connecting forks outside. In the middle of this place was a gigantic pool with a sparkling surface. This was where the black fog wafted out from. Su Zimo focused his gaze and could not help but take a deep breath as chills ran down his spine. The color of the pool was dark and grisly red. It was a pool of blood. How many people's blood did it take to form such a pool? The girl in pink looked at the blood pool with a glint and fervor in the depth of her eyes. Chapter 170, Demon Heirs Gathered. Chapter 170, Demon Heirs Gathered. About 100 feet away from the blood pool, a cultivator with a buzz cut sat in a lotus position. There was a thick black spear embedded in the ground beside him. It was even taller than Su Zimo. The buzz-cut cultivator had his eyes closed. Breathing steadily, his face was sharp as a knife and his upper body was bare. Every single inch of his muscles shone with a bronze luster, as though watered by molten steel. It gave off a feeling of strength. There was no one within a radius of 100 meters around the person. There was only the long, thick spear. The moment Su Zimo saw that person, he felt an immense pressure. It was an unrestrained, violent aura that dominated the entire place. That person is very strong. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Even though the presence of the ancient spirit lock formation meant that one could only rely on their melee combat skills, Su Zimo was not invincible. He was only at the marrow cleansing section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, and it wasn't at greater mastery yet. Even with the support of the marrow cleansing Sutra of the Void Thunder Manual, his power was only equivalent to that of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The girl in pink frowned slightly when she looked at the buzz-cut cultivator. Demon heir of Overlord Palace, Peng Yu. Regarded by many disciples of Fiend's sects as the lunatic of Overlord Palace, Peng Yu was domineering in his actions and possessed extreme combat strength. He was also the only one who would be so confident to head to this place alone. On the other end of the blood pool stood more than 100 cultivators in the same get-up. It was clear they were from the same faction. Leading them was a man in purple robes. Hands behind his back, he had a deep and mysterious gaze. His eyes looked like they were able to emit a light of illusion that could bewitch one's heart. To the side of the purple-robed cultivator, there were dozens of other cultivators with their leader donning a crimson-red robe. With pursed lips, his face was expressionless and he had an extremely cold gaze. Su Zimo swept his gaze and could roughly tell that excluding them, there were 3 factions at this place. The buzz-cut cultivator was alone, the purple-robed cultivator with his 100-odd cultivators and the crimson-robed cultivator with his dozens of cultivators. Of course, it could also be 4 factions. If Su Zimo was right, the corpse that tried to assassinate him twice previously should not belong to either of these 3 factions. Including him, there were 4 factions. If that corpse was here, given his disguise skills, he would not be found by Su Zimo until he let out any killing intent. When Su Zimo and the girl in pink arrived, the cultivators of the 3 factions reacted differently. The buzz-cut cultivator was motionless, he did not even open his eyes. The purple-robed cultivator looked at the girl in pink and smirked coldly. The crimson-robed cultivator was indifferently cold and remained silent. The commonality of the 3 factions was that all of them subconsciously ignored Su Zimo. Right then, at a fork road not far away, a group of cultivators arrived. They were led by a man in black robes. Those were the malevolent Earth sect cultivators that Su Zimo had exchanged blows with previously. When the black-robed cultivator caught sight of Su Zimo, his pupils constricted slightly and there was a flash of killing intent. Initially, the black-robed cultivator brought more than 100 men with him. However, more than 20 of them were slain after that short exchange of blows with Su Zimo. In fact, he nearly died as well. Before long, another couple of people appeared. They were led by an extremely handsome man. Holding a folding fan, the man had a jade-like complexion. His eyes were akin to sparkling stars and he had an extraordinary bearing. Coupled with a set of white robes, he was what people would refer to as a dashing gentleman. The man carried a faint smile and had a gentle gaze. Compared to the buzz-cut and purple-robed cultivator, he was considered normal and did not seem as though he was from a fiend sect. The white-robed man was accompanied by 4 stunning women. All of them had beautiful looks and graceful figures, exuding different styles of their own. Turning his gaze, the white-robed man looked at the girl in pink and said gently, "Yenner, this place is so dangerous. Come to my side." Hee hee. The girl in pink chuckled. "Shangguanyu, sorry to disappoint you. But, an idiot of your Cloud Rain sect was killed by me." "Oh." The white-robed cultivator named Shangguanyu did not seem surprised at all as he nodded. "Yen Fei? I expected that he would die. Only, I did not think that he would die so quickly. I thought that he would be able to arrive here with you at least." Even though he's a disciple of Cloud Rain sect, he committed a most heinous mistake, the girl in pink replied. "Foo-foo." Shangguanyu laughed. "He's just an ordinary fiend sect disciple. How can he be a match for the pure maiden of our fiend sects? It's only normal that he would die." Pausing for a moment, Shangguanyu swept his gaze across Shangguanyu and fanned himself, asking in a seemingly casual manner, "Yenner, who is that?" "He's my bodyguard." The girl in pink walked forward, slung her arm around Su Zimo's shoulders, and replied in a tired voice. "Oh." Shangguanyu smiled and said faintly, "He's quite capable to be able to get here, it's just a pity he's about to die." Right then, Su Zimo turned sideways and looked at the girl in pink. There was a flash of mockery in his eyes as he said calmly, "Pure maiden of the fiend sections. Indeed, you're someone of the fiend sections. I didn't want to hide it from you either, but..." The girl in pink was about to explain when she was interrupted by Su Zimo. "I've already said this previously. Any one of the fiend's sects, if I meet one, I kill one." Upon hearing this, someone could not help but laugh out loud. What was this place? Who were the people in this place? That green-robed cultivator must be truly stupid to dare say such a thing. Ha 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 ha. A series of laughter broke out from the crowd. Even the buzz-cut cultivator who had closed his eyes the entire time turned his head to look at Su Zimo. Who is this person? What a riot. I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with his brain such that he's starting to spout nonsense. Almost everyone present was laughing. However, the black-robed cultivator from Malevolent Earth sect was not. Shangguanyu smiled. "Yenner, that cultivator is quite interesting. I almost can't bear to kill him." The girl in pink ignored everyone else. She looked at Su Zimo and said aggrievedly, "Brother Su, you promised that you would protect me." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. His next words nearly made the girl in pink vomit blood from anger. "I'm going back on my words," Su Zimo continued expressionlessly. Gritting her teeth, the girl in pink said, "How can you be this shameless? Don't forget, I gave you more than 400,000 spirit stones." Su Zimo pointed at the surrounding cultivators and said in a low voice, "If I'm not wrong, they are all from Fiend's sects as well. The inheritance ground here belongs to you guys of the Fiend sects. You lured me to this place with ill intentions. If I didn't have some tricks up my sleeves, would have ended up in the same situation as Wu Xiangming, Yan Fei, and the rest. For 400,000 spirit stones, I can protect you. But buying my life with that amount? That's too cheap." At that moment, the girl in pink was alarmed. Both of them were so close that she could truly feel Su Zimo's killing intent. The girl in pink's body stiffened as though she had fallen into an ice cavern. She knew that if she did not handle this correctly, the green-robed man would truly kill her. "Why you can't kill me?" the girl in pink suddenly said. Su Zimo remained silently and merely glared at the girl in pink coldly. His palm was already on the handle of the cold moon saber. Reaching out, the girl in pink removed her veil slowly and revealed a flawlessly beautiful face. She said softly, "My name is Ji Yaoyan." Chapter 171, It's a good opportunity to kill all of you. Chapter 171, It's a good opportunity to kill all of you. The moment the girl in pink removed her veil, everyone's breathing froze for a moment. Even though the many disciples of Fiend's sects had seen that peerlessly beautiful face before, they could still feel an unprecedented sense of amazement looking at it once again, such that they forgot to breathe for a moment. Su Zimo was momentarily stunned as well. Any words that could describe the girl in pink's beauty seemed inadequate at the moment. But very quickly, Su Zimo's eyes regained clarity. Frowning, he murmured softly, "Ji Yaoyan?" He recalled the scene of how he met Gu Shi and the Gu 11 back in Sky Treasure Auction House previously and gradually came to a realization. Besides, he could see traces of Ji Yaoshua from the girl in pink's appearance. "She's your elder sister?" Su Zimo asked coldly. Smiling with pursed lips, the girl in pink nodded. She believed that she would not have to say much for someone of Su Zimo's intelligence to guess her identity. With that relationship, he would not kill her even if she was the pure maiden of the Fiend sects. True enough. The killing intent in Su Zimo's eyes disappeared. His expression changed as he asked in a deep voice, "What's going on here? Why are the Fiend sects gathered here? Have you heard of the 7 Fiend sects?" Ji Yaoyan did not reply and asked instead. Su Zimo shook his head. "Ha!" A snicker came from the side. Many of the Fiend sect disciples looked at Su Zimo in disdain as though they were looking at a dead man. The black-robed cultivator of Malevolent Earth sect was the only one who pouted his lips and lamented internally, "Continue pretending. I don't believe anyone from an immortal sect wouldn't have heard of the 7 Fiend sects." Ji Yaoyan said, "The so-called 7 Fiend sects refers to Illusion Fiend Cult, Zenith Sect, Overlord Palace, Hidden Death Sect, Pure Maiden Sect, Cloud Rain Sect and Malevolent Earth Sect. These 7 sects are all top factions in Tianhuang mainland. Any one of the mighty figures or patriarchs in the sect is more than enough to destroy all 5 major sects of the Great Zhou dynasty." When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Even though Ji Yaoyan's comment did not sound like a big deal, there was a warning in it. She was telling Su Zimo not to reveal his identity. Otherwise, Ethereal Peak could be destroyed because of this. The few people standing at the front are the Fiend heirs of the various Fiend sections. That purple-robed cultivator is from Illusion Fiend Cult, the blood-robed cultivator is from Zenith Sect, the buzz-cut cultivator is the Lunatic from Overlord Palace. As for the assassin that tried to kill us previously, he's the Fiend heir of Hidden Death Sect, the thousand-faced assassin. Ji Yaoyan pointed at the few of them and Su Zimo swept his gaze across the crowd before finally looking back at Ji Yaoyan. Which sect's fiend heir are you? Hee, I'm from Pure Maiden sect. Ji Yaoyan blinked her eyes and smiled playfully. If Ji Yaoyan had not admitted it personally and Su Zimo was not there to witness, he would not have imagined that the innocent girl with a bedazzling smile right in front of him was someone from the Fiend sects. The Fiend heirs are gathered here for the inheritance of this place. Because the lineage of the Pure Maiden sect is passed down alone, I don't have helpers like the rest of them. So, you've got to help me. Ji Yaoyan raised her fist and said with anticipation. Demoness Ji, there's an ancient spirit lock formation here. If you want to obtain the inheritance against Lunatic Pang, we'll have to join forces, the Fiend heir of Illusion Fiend cult suddenly said. Ji Yaoyan whispered, of the 7 Fiend sects, Overlord Palace is the strongest in melee combat. That buzzcut cultivator's name is Pang Yu, you've got to be wary of him. Even without Ji Yaoyan's reminder, Su Zimo would definitely watch out for that person. To be precise, he was watching out for every single one of those Fiend heirs. If the 7 Fiend sects were as fearsome as Ji Yaoyan had said, how could the Fiend heirs present be that easy to deal with? Right then, Peng Yu of Overlord Palace suddenly opened his eyes. There was an excited glint in his gaze as he said slowly, we're all from Fiend sects, so let me remind all of you. Anyone that wishes to withdraw should do it now. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving any face if we were to start fighting later on. Those were overbearing words. He was the only person from Overlord Palace. While the other 6 sects had the advantage of being able to join forces, this man was not only unafraid, he was even threatening them instead. It wasn't because Pang Yu was the strongest amongst the Fiend heirs, it was due to the presence of the ancient spirit lock formation. With everyone's spirit energies locked, they could only rely on melee combat. Overlord Palace was the strongest of the 7 sects in terms of melee combat. The presence of the ancient spirit lock formation was also a boon for Su Zimo. If it was a proper clash, he would not be a match for the Fiend heir of Malevolent Earth sect. However, he could suppress the latter in melee combat. We'll definitely join forces. Suddenly, the Fiend heir of Malevolent Earth sect said, however, we've got to kill the outsider before joining forces. Otherwise, he's just an eyesore. The Malevolent Earth sect heir's gaze fell onto Su Zimo. It was obvious who he was referring to as the outsider. Having suffered a huge loss and nearly dying in the hands of Su Zimo, he was naturally not going to let this off. Shang Guanyu waved his fan and nodded, saying in a gentle voice, that sounds about right. No matter what, this is an internal struggle of the Fiend sections. It won't be nice to let outsiders see it. Fu. Suddenly, Su Zimo burst out into laughter. He surveyed the surroundings and declared loudly, you want to kill me? The many Fiend sect disciples had cold expressions, carrying a mocking look in their eyes. However, Su Zimo continued, how rare for you Fiend heirs to be gathered today. It's a good opportunity to kill all of you. And you. Su Zimo looked at the Fiend heir of Malevolent Earth sect and said indifferently, you were lucky to escape earlier on. Hand over your life now. When they heard that, everyone was stunned. Malevolent Earth sect's heir had exchanged blows with the green-robed cultivator. And, he was not a match for the opponent and had to escape. What was the background of this person? Before anyone could finish their thoughts, Su Zimo's body swayed and he pulled out the cold moon saber on his waist. He was taking the first move. Rushing towards the group from Malevolent Earth sect, he dashed with such speed that it left a flurry of afterimages. Oh! Peng Yu remarked in slight surprise as the excitement in his eyes intensified. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell how powerful the burst of that simple action from Su Zimo was. Interesting. Peng Yu smiled as though he had found a prey. Everyone, please assist me. That person is from the immortal sects. The Malevolent Earth sect heir retreated swiftly and hollered. He had witnessed Su Zimo's strength earlier on and was naturally not stupid enough to fight the latter head-on. Someone of the immortal sects. Such guts. You're asking for death. Upon hearing the words, immortal sect, many Fiend sect disciples let out their killing intents. They pulled out their weapons and rushed forth, surrounding Su Zimo. Su Zimo swung his cold moon saber and descended from the skies. It was as though he wanted to slice the voids into half. Even though the Fiend heir managed to dodge it, 2 other malevolent Earth sect cultivators were caught in it. The 2 of them did not have time to think as they exerted strength in both arms and channeled their blood. Raising the saber in their hands, they pushed and defended upwards. Clang! 3 sabers collided into one another. Crack! 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 The sabers of the 2 malevolent Earth sect cultivators shattered as the both of them shook violently as though they were struck by thunder. Coughing out fresh blood, they were sent flying. Everyone was shocked. A single slash had contained such terrifying might. Chapter 172, 1 against 5. Chapter 172, 1 against 5. Su Zimo was not someone who would just give in and surrender. Ignoring the fact that there was an ancient spirit lock formation that restricted everyone's spirit energies, he would not have surrendered without it. Furthermore, he had a deep hatred for Fiend sects to begin with. This was a rare opportunity for him. Even if he could not manage to kill all 6 Fiend heirs, he would not let them receive their inheritance that easily. A chilling intent gushed at him from the sides. Through the corner of his eye, Su Zimo caught sight of many sword shadows. The sword shone with a sinister glow that was dizzying. The Fiend heir of illusion Fiend cult. The power of that attack was not strong. In fact, it was even weaker than the power burst forth from the Fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect. However, in the hands of the Fiend heir of illusion Fiend cult, the sword seemed to transform endlessly and it was difficult to differentiate from illusion and reality. Su Zimo frowned slightly. He actually had to dodge to the side against that attack. This was a completely brilliant sword technique. Strength wasn't the only factor in melee combat. Speed, defense and techniques were all embodiments of combat strength. Even though Su Zimo preferred the strength of sabers, he did not know of many techniques. He merely rotated between a few moves and made use of pure brute force. Against the brilliant sword techniques of the illusion Fiend cult heir, Su Zimo was actually forced to retreat momentarily and had no way of retaliating. Swoosh! On the other side, there was a flash of blood, emitting a strong, pungent smell. The blood light wasn't truly blood, it was light from the saber. The Zenith sect heir wielded a crimson-red saber that was sinister and felt as though blood was flowing within it. The intensity of that bloodlust was so strong that even Su Zimo felt suffocated. Su Zimo had survived an entire year in the Tsang Lang mountain range and had been through all sorts of bloody scenarios. However, the attack from the Zenith sect heir still had Su Zimo feeling as though he was faced with a mountain of corpses. It was extremely devastating and sapping. Swoosh! A folding fan opened and swirled in front of Su Zimo. The clouds on it seemed as though they were about to rain. Su Zimo merely took a single glance when he felt his mind go adrift. A surge of uncontrollable lust was rising under his abdomen. Not good. Su Zimo's had a great shock. It was a similar feeling to breathing in the joyful reunion powder of joyful sect. However, Shangguan Yu's method was many times more brilliant than the joyful sect cultivators. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the malevolent Earth sect heir who was forced to retreat earlier. Charging back once more, he shook the bone spear in his hands and stabbed forth. With the combined attack of 4 Fiend heirs, Su Zimo was like a small boat in a furious ocean that could capsize at any moment. All of a sudden, a sense of danger flashed in Su Zimo's mind once more. A bone-chilling killing intent had resurfaced. Hidden Death Sect's assassin had struck. The thousand-faced assassin was unlike Pang Yu of Overlord Palace. Pang Yu was standing at the side and watching everything coldly with his hands behind his back. Given his status and strength, there was naturally no way he would stoop down to joining forces with others. However, the thousand-faced assassin was an assassin and his aim was to kill off his enemies. Naturally, it did not matter to him whether he had to join forces or whom he was joining forces with. All he bothered about was to find the most opportune moment to strike and obtain his assassination. When she saw that, Ji Yaoyan's eyes dimmed. In the cultivation world, there were probably no more than 5 people who could survive a combined attack of 5 Fiend heirs. This Su Zimo before her was a nobody and was definitely not one of the 5. Suddenly, Ji Yaoyan felt a sense of regret. Unlike Wu Xiangming, Yan Fei, and the others, Su Zimo did not harbor any evil thoughts towards her. Furthermore, he did not hurt her despite his immense hatred for those of the Fiend's sects after finding out that she was Ji Yaoshua's younger sister. This was a clear-minded and loyal individual who should not die at a place as such. However, it was too late even if she regretted it. Su Zimo, who was trapped in the middle, had no room to dodge. There was only one outcome awaiting him. Amidst the shadows of swords and sabers, Su Zimo truly understood the terror of these Fiend heirs. This was even with the presence of the ancient spirit lock formation. If not for the restriction on their spirit energies, Su Zimo would most likely be seriously injured the moment they clashed. How long have the 7 Fiend sects been around? They had a lineage from the ancient era and were ranked alongside the immortal sects and Buddhism. Ethereal sect merely had a history of a couple thousands of years. There were countless sects like it since the ancient era, and there were many more which had disappeared into the sands of time without any trace left. As a disciple of Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo had merely been on the path of immortality cultivation for a mere 2 years. In terms of actual strength, he was no match for the Fiend heirs of Fiend sects at all. However, what Su Zimo truly relied on was not his immortal cultivation techniques, it was the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness and the Void Thunder Manual. Splash! Splash! The sound of waves roaring echoed out as the earth seemed to collapse. Oh! Pang Yu's ears quivered as a bright light shone in his eyes. He said in disbelief, "Tsunami blood?" Bang! Boom! Boom! Right on the heels of that, rolling thunder could be heard mixed in the tsunami sounds. Su Zimo channeled his blood, causing his entire body to swell as his muscles tore through his clothes. The strong and ferocious bloodline coursed through his limbs, suppressing the lust in his heart. Su Zimo's eyes regained their clarity. Against the entrapment of the 5 Fiend heirs, he did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, his fighting spirit boiled as he bellowed, "Mystify!" Thunder flashed in his palms as an extremely violent atmosphere filled the room. With Su Zimo in the center, a blinding light burst out, forming a huge ring of lightning that spread in all directions. At that moment, the 5 sense of the 5 Fiend heirs were momentarily lost. The true self of the illusion Fiend cult heir's long sword revealed itself for a brief instance. This was the saying that when fiends were 1 foot tall, the Tao was 10 feet higher. Su Zimo flipped his hand and slashed with his saber, clashing it heavily against the illusion Fiend cult Fiend heir's long sword. Sparks flew as ear-piercing sounds of metal clashing filled the air. The illusion Fiend cult heir's body shook as his expression turned incomparably pale. He staggered to his knee and fell backwards, landing on the ground with a stream of blood oozing from the side of his mouth. Illusion Fiend cult did not have any high-quality body tempering techniques to begin with. The moment his sword technique was broken, there was no way he could withstand Su Zimo's might. Thunder Spear. After Mystify, lightning condensed on Su Zimo's palm once more, forming a long spear that coiled like an electric python. He flung it towards the Zenith sect heir. Pust. The Fiend heir gasped slightly. In this place where everyone's spirit energies were restricted, this green-robed cultivator could release Thunder Art. Furthermore, the power of his Thunder Art was considerable. There was no way the Zenith sect heir would dare to proceed as he clutched his sword in front of his chest. The Thunder Spear struck the middle of his blood-red saber and lightning flash, extending from the blade to his body. The Zenith sect heir trembled and his legs went limp, falling to the ground as well. In the blink of an eye, 2 Fiend heirs were severely injured. At this moment, the effects of Mystify had disappeared and Shangguan Yu's fan cut at Su Zimo's throat like a sharp blade. The killing intent of the thousand-faced assassin was still locked onto Su Zimo, awaiting an opportune moment to strike. At the same time, the malevolent Earth Sect heir's bone spear have carved a semicircle in midair, shrouding Su Zimo with a chilling, malevolent aura that was pitch black. Chapter 173, Manipulating the Situation. Chapter 173, Manipulating the Situation. Even though he forced back 2 Fiend heirs in a row, the situation was still extremely dangerous for Su Zimo. Right then, a chain tore through the air and coiled towards Shangguan Yu like a slithering wild snake. It shone with a glistening cold light. There was a flash of fear in Shangguan Yu's eyes and he did not dare to be careless, leaping back and retreating hurriedly. Demoness Ji, what are you doing? Shangguan Yu chided with a narrowed gaze. That chain was Ji Yaoyan's weapon. When she saw that Su Zimo was trapped, she was filled with regret. However, even if she had struck then, she would not have been able to break him out of the predicament. But the next moment, there was a sudden change. With an incomparably powerful stance, Su Zimo burst forth with the power of his bloodline and forced back 2 Fiend heirs with his thunder art, that caused a change in the situation. Ji Yaoyan no longer hesitated and struck immediately. With her addition, there was yet another change to the situation. Of the 5 Fiend heirs, 3 of them were gone, leaving only the thousand-faced assassin and malevolent Earth Sect heir. Actually, among the 5 Fiend heirs, the greatest threat to Su Zimo was the thousand-faced assassin. That was because Su Zimo could not ascertain his location. Once the thousand-faced assassin appeared, it would definitely be a sure-kill attack. In a flash, Su Zimo's mind raced. He strode forward, grabbed his cold moon saber with both hands and slashed at the bone spear. The malevolent Earth Sect heir smirked coldly. He had long noticed that even though Su Zimo was strong, the latter did not know any saber techniques. That was Su Zimo's greatest weakness. However, it was different for malevolent Earth Sect. He alone had mastered 5 high-quality spear techniques. With a shake of his bone spear, it streaked across the air in a circular arc. While it may seem like a simple move, the landing point of the tip was unknown and could change at any moment. When he saw Su Zimo's attack, the malevolent Earth Sect heir narrowed his eyes and barked coldly, "Die." He exerted strength in both arms and the bone spear trembled. It avoided the trajectory of the cold moon saber and continued thrusting forth at Su Zimo's chest. Leaving his chest wide open, Su Zimo had revealed a fatal flaw. Right then, a ghostly figure appeared from the crowd of fiend cultivators who had been surrounding them. It instantly appeared behind Su Zimo and stretched out its palm. Under the watch of countless gazes, that initially empty palm produced a long, slender sword. It was as thin as cicada wings and extremely sharp. No one could clearly see how the sword had appeared. But at this moment, everyone knew the identity of the assailant, Hidden Death Sects heir, the thousand-faced assassin. No one would be able to detect him if he did not make a move. He might be at anyone's side or even in front of them. However, they would not realize that the most terrifying assassin in the cultivation world had just passed them. At this moment, Su Zimo was using his old moves to face the incoming bone spear of the malevolent Earth Sect heir. It was too late for him to retract his saber and defend. Su Zimo only had a single option left. He had to dodge backwards. At the same time, the thousand-faced assassin appeared and stabbed his sword, completely cutting off Su Zimo's escape path. The timing of the thousand-faced assassin was ingenious and frightening. Even if they were just watching, everyone could not help but feel a sense of dread. On the other side, Ji Yaoyan was totally entangled by Shangguan Yu and could not get away. In the blink of an eye, the tables had turned and Su Zimo's life was on the line. Pang Yu shook his head and the excitement in his eyes faded gradually. To him, Su Zimo was already a dead man. A dead man was not worthy of being his opponent. No one noticed that Su Zimo, who was in the middle of the storm, had still eyes and a composed expression. He was frighteningly calm. Under normal circumstances, Su Zimo would truly have no way out and could not react in time. However, in this situation, he was deliberately letting out an opening. If he did not do that, the thousand-faced assassin would never appear. That was too much of a threat for Su Zimo. As the bone spear approached, Su Zimo swung back with his saber as though he had expected it. Without stopping at all, he bent down suddenly and slithered on the ground with his limbs like a giant python. Upon seeing that, everyone's eyes lit up and they were stunned. Even though the dodging movement seemed somewhat odd, it avoided the incoming bone spear and long sword of the thousand-faced assassin perfectly. The beauty was in its precision. He had managed to turn that crisis into nothing. All right. Pang Yu grinned as fighting spirit filled his eyes once more. As for the malevolent Earth Sect heir, his heart skipped a beat when he missed his attack. Without thinking, he exerted strength in his feet and retreated with his spear immediately. A black shadow slid across the ground at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Su Zimo leaped up, his eyes brimming with killing intent as he slashed up with his cold moon saber. Ah! The malevolent Earth Sect heir exclaimed loudly and held his bone spear in front of his chest to defend. Clang! The moment the weapons came into contact, the malevolent Earth Sect heir began to feel uneasy internally. Even though his bone spear had collided with the cold moon saber, it felt as though it was striking air and he could not feel any impact. This is bad. It's a fake. The malevolent Earth Sect heir's heart sank. Su Zimo scoffed coldly. The moment the cold moon saber and the bone spear made contact, he sidestepped and dodged to the side. A long and slender sword stabbed from behind, brushing by Su Zimo treacherously by a single hair's breadth. If he was half a step slower, or if he was entangled with the malevolent Earth Sect heir, Su Zimo would not have been able to dodge that attack. The expression of the malevolent Earth Sect heir changed as his pupils constricted. Almost at the same time that Su Zimo dodged, the sword stabbed over. In the midst of things, he had no time to react at all. Thousand-faced assassin. The malevolent Earth Sect heir shrieked, and in a rather impressive display of swift reaction, he pulled the bone spear that defended his chest upwards. The thousand-faced assassin felt a blur before his eyes. When the figure flashed, he realized that something was amiss and tried to retract his momentum. Clang! The long sword made contact with the bone spear. Poof! Right after, a flash of blood appeared. The malevolent Earth Sect heir groaned dully as his face turned pale and he trembled in pain. That strike should have pierced his chest. However, because he used the bone spear to dodge and the thousand-faced assassin had retracted his momentum, the long sword merely pierced his shoulder. At this moment, the thousand-faced assassin suddenly felt a sense of trepidation. A bone-chilling killing intent surged and enveloped his surroundings. Not far away, Su Zimo loaded his bow. He had 4 arrows left. Now, all 4 of them were loaded on the bow that curved like a full moon. They were aimed at the thousand-faced assassin who had just appeared. It was only now that the thousand-faced assassin realized he was one Su Zimo wanted to kill the most. If he had not appeared, Su Zimo would have to be on his toes and be extra wary of his assassination attempts. Even if the latter had a myriad of techniques, he might only be able to use less than half of them. But now, not only had he failed his assassination attempted, his long sword was still stuck in the malevolent Earth Sect heir's shoulder and he could not pull it out yet. Swoosh! 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 4 black beams descended, almost sealing off all routes of retreat for the thousand-faced assassin. Upon seeing this, the spectating crowd suddenly had an illusion. On the surface, it seemed like the 5 Fiend heirs were attacking the green-robed cultivator. However, the latter was actually taking the initiative to manipulate the situation and lead them in his direction right from the very beginning. Now, even the mysterious thousand-faced assassin had fallen into this green-robed cultivator's trap. Everyone could not help but entertain a flashing thought: who is this person? Chapter 174, Change in the Blood Pool. Chapter 174, Change in the Blood Pool. Even though he knew that he had fallen into a trap, the thousand-faced assassin was still expressionless. Drawing his sword, he curled into a ball and spun in midair like a turtle. The slender sword formed a beautiful, bedazzling sword beam around him. This was an extremely famous defensive technique of Hidden Death Sect. On the one hand, a curled body could reduce the possibility of one getting injured. On the other hand, the rotational force combined with the sword's dance would produce a barrier that could defend in all directions. Even water would have difficulty penetrating it. Cling. Clang. Four black beams struck the spinning sword beam and let out a series of crisp sounds. The 4 arrows were blocked. Su Zimo shot the 4 arrows and casually threw his sanguine crystal bow down. Without the slightest pause, his body flashed and he lunged towards the thousand-faced assassin as an icy, murderous aura emitted from the cold moon saber in his hands. Naturally, Su Zimo would not assume that he would be able to kill the Fiend heir of Hidden Death Sect with just 4 arrows. The 4 arrows were just his first attack. Su Zimo's real killing blow was behind. Even though the thousand-faced assassin had blocked the 4 arrows, he still had a slight pause in his actions due to their power. By now, Su Zimo had arrived in front of him, aimed at his neck with a raised cold moon saber without saying a single word. Even though there was no technique involved in Su Zimo's attack, he carried an unrivaled aura. As his blood surged, lightning flashed as well in a ferocious manner. Without any way to dodge, the thousand-faced assassin could only face it head-on. It wasn't because he did not want to dodge, it was because Su Zimo had forced him into a spot. Every single move was calculated to extreme precision such that he did not even have room to breathe. Clang! The long sword collided against the cold moon saber and let out a jarring sound. The thousand-faced assassin's body quivered. His arms were sore and his palm was torn as fresh blood dripped. He could hardly hold his weapon any longer. The sword was curved to a frightening degree from the great force of the cold moon saber. Right as the saber was about to strike the thousand-faced assassin's chest, a strange change happened. Due to the bending of the thousand-faced assassin's sword, its tip jumped in a strange manner and silently pierced towards Su Zimo's throat as though it was alive. If Su Zimo continued with his attack, the thousand-faced assassin would be severely injured at most. However, his throat would be pierced on the spot. The assassination methods of Hidden Death Sect were unpredictable and beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Any single bit of carelessness could cause a person to lose their life. A warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. From the corner of his eye, he caught the incoming sword tip and retracted his saber while kicking forward. On the surface, it seemed like it was just a single kick forward. However, with Su Zimo's bloodline and burst power, that kick was no different than the thrust of a huge spear. All of a sudden, as though he sensed something, Su Zimo changed his strategy at the last moment and retracted his foot. On the other hand of the thousand-faced assassin was a dagger that appeared out of nowhere, waiting for Su Zimo's leg to strike it. No wonder he's the Fiend heir of Hidden Death Sect. Su Zimo praised internally and felt a sense of regret. He had laid down all these plans meticulously, thinking that he would be able to kill the thousand-faced assassin here. However, he did not expect that the latter would have been able to solve his complex attempts. Of course, even though the thousand-faced assassin had managed to survive, he was not in the best position. After enduring Su Zimo's strike head-on, the organs of the thousand-faced assassin were quaked. He did not dare to linger any longer, tunneling through the crowd and disappearing into a fork road with a single tap of his feet. The threat of the thousand-faced assassin was temporarily removed, but no one could guarantee that he would not return later on. Everyone, let's attack together and kill that punk first. The illusion fiend cult heir shouted with an ashen expression. The Zenith sect heir nodded and waved his hand. Once again, the fight resumed as cultivators of illusion fiend cult, Zenith sect and malevolent earth sect gushed forth together. At the other side, Shangguanyu was losing his patience at Ji Yaoyan, who was pestering him endlessly. He looked at her and frowned. Demoness Ji, are you going to keep this up? Who is that punk to you? Why do you care? Ji Yaoyan smiled and looked at Shang Guanyu playfully. Waving his hand, the four beauties behind Shang Guanyu appeared in a flash. Don't hold back, kill her. He pointed at Demoness Ji with an ice-cold gaze. Hee hee. Ji Yaoyan was not fazed in the slightest as she smiled. Shang Guanyu, we don't know who's going to kill whom first. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The four girls appeared around Ji Yaoyan and surrounded her. Using long swords, they moved in sync as though they had practiced a chain combo. Ji Yaoyan retracted her smile and danced with her chain, forming an impenetrable barrier around her. Circling around them waving his fan, Shang Guanyu looked to be casual. However, he was actually waiting for an opportune moment and was ready to strike and take Ji Yaoyan down. Clang! 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 On the other side, a huge battle had broken out. Against the combined attack of many fiend cultivators, Su Zimo wielded his cold moon saber fearlessly and had a torrential killing intent. Using his keen spirit perception and immense defensive techniques, he held his ground in the crowd. Poof! 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 Fiend cultivators fell to the ground constantly with blood gushing from their bodies. No one noticed that the bloodstains on the ground were all flowing towards the blood pool in the center as though they were being attracted by something. Su Zimo's bloodline did not have much power of thunder left and he could not release any more thunder arts. The enchanting sword techniques of the illusion fiend cult, the murderous saber techniques of the Zenith sect and the high-quality and special spear techniques of the malevolent Earth sect caused quite a bit of trouble for Su Zimo. Coupled with the fact that he was constantly besieged by the other fiend cultivators, Su Zimo could not guarantee that he would be able to get out unharmed as well. The best he could do was to avoid any fatal damage while killing his opponents amidst the chaos. He had to trade their lives while taking the least possible damage. Before long, Su Zimo's body was bloodied, some of it was his own blood, but it was mostly the blood of the other fiend cultivators. The three fiend heirs and the many fiend cultivators got more nervous the longer they fought. The green-robed cultivator seemed as though he could not get exhausted. At the same time, the wounds on his body did not seem to cause him much trouble either. What they did not know was the horrifying vitality and regeneration speed of Su Zimo's body. Those minor wounds were nothing at all. Dong! Suddenly, a dull thud sounded from the place and the ground shook. Oh! Pang Yu squinted his eyes and focused at the blood pool nearby. That dull sound came from the pool of blood. Furthermore, at the same time that sound rang, a huge bubble appeared on the surface of the blood pool, forming ripples. Many of the fiend cultivators were a little dazed. Su Zimo did not hesitate. He strode forward and waved his hand, punching the chest of a fiend cultivator heavily. Snap! The sounds of bones cracking could be heard as the man's chest caved in with the organs within ruptured. Sent flying by that punch of Su Zimo, the man landed far into the distance and coincidentally into the pool of blood. Almost instantly, the person's flesh slid off his body into the blood pool and vanished, leaving only a spooky skeleton that floated for a brief moment on the pool's surface before sinking as well. Chapter 175, Killing a Fiend Heir. Chapter 175, Killing a Fiend Heir. Many of the fiend cultivators saw what happened and their expressions changed slightly. However, their eyes burned with an intense gaze. Su Zimo did not know what the inheritance of this place was. However, judging from their expressions, he could vaguely guess that the inheritance in that evil blood pool was about to be born. But, no one dared to make any reckless moves after witnessing what happened to the cultivator that fell into the blood pool. Right then, Shang Guanyu's figure flashed. He took advantage of the moment when Ji Yaoyan was briefly distracted and sneaked in an attack. The side of the folding fan was extremely sharp and a flash of blood appeared as it brushed past Ji Yaoyan's arm. Ah! Ji Yaoyan could not help but exclaim as the pain turned her face pale. Oh! When he saw that, killing intent surged through Su Zimo's eyes. With a swift leap, he jumped over the heads of the many fiend cultivators and charged at Shangguanyu and the others. Swoosh! The cold moon saber descended from the skies, slashing down with an unstoppable might. Shangguanyu's expression changed. There was no way he would dare take that head-on as he retreated while yelling, "Stop him! Everyone, let's work together to kill that man." His first sentence was directed at the 4 beautiful women he brought along. The second was a call for all other fiend cultivators. Swash! 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 The 4 beautiful women had clearly trained together in a combined attack technique as 4 long swords stabbed from different angles, making it impossible for anyone to dodge or retaliate. Even though Ji Yaoyan was from a fiend sect, she was Ji Yaoshua's younger sister after all. With that relationship, Su Zimo had to ensure her safety. Now that he saw Ji Yaoyan injured, Su Zimo could not care less. Facing the 4 incoming swords, he did not retreat or dodge. Instead, he slashed up with the cold moon saber in his left hand and met an incoming sword with his right hand. He coiled his hand around the sword. Bam! The sword let out a tremble as the woman wielding it exclaimed. Her palm was torn and she could no longer grip the sword, breaking the combo attack of the 4 of them momentarily. Su Zimo's figure flickered and afterimages lingered. Appearing before the woman in the blink of an eye, he leaned it. With a bang, her body flew off like a kite that was snapped. By the time she landed, she was no longer breathing. At the same time, Su Zimo flipped his hand and slashed with his saber, causing a cold light to swipe across the neck of another woman. A bloody line appeared. Shing! A blood mist spewed out. With just a casual brush and a single exchange of blow, 2 women from Cloud Rain's sect had died in Su Zimo's hands. He came to Ji Yaoshua's side and asked, frowning, "How are you?" "I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me." She shook her head and indicated for her to watch out behind him. Su Zimo spun around and glared at the incoming fiend cultivators coldly. Wielding his saber, he howled and charged into them once more. Bang! Even though the person in front blocked Su Zimo's saber, he was still sent flying. By the time he landed on the ground, his arms were mangled and his bones crushed. He had lost all his battle prowess. Su Zimo's power of blood was way too strong. The realm of Tsunami blood was enough for him to crush all the fiend cultivators present. Only the 4 fiend heirs could hold out against him with their intricate moves. Dong! At the moment, the familiar dull sound rang from the blood pool again as a splash appeared on the surface. This time, the sound was even clearer and more powerful. It was as though a hammer had slammed heavily into everyone's hearts. Everyone present felt a tightness in their chest and their blood was in a mess. They could not help but frown. Su Zimo suddenly felt an indescribable sense of danger. This place was a little odd. It did not seem like it was just a simple inheritance ground as those of the fiend sects had said. Su Zimo did not think too much about it. He was the first to recover with his surging bloodline as he rushed into the crowd towards the malevolent Earth sect heir. Ah! When he saw that Su Zimo was rushing at him, the malevolent Earth sect heir heaved a deep breath of air and bellowed. As he retreated, he shook the bone spear in his hands. The other 3 fiend heirs snapped out of their stupor from the dull sound and helped the malevolent Earth sect heir immediately, forming an entrapment. Bang! Su Zimo stomped his feet on the ground, causing sand and gravel to fly everywhere as the earth trembled. The malevolent Earth sect heir was caught off guard and broke into a stumble. That slowed his movements and revealed an opening. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. He cast a divine steed fleeting and cut through the crowd instantly, swinging his cold moon saber upwards ruthlessly. This was a completely one-sided attack. Coupled with his terrifying burst speed, the malevolent Earth sect heir was still a step slower even as he tried his best to retreat. His chest was sliced open, causing blood to gush out and his organs were faintly visible. Ah! The malevolent Earth sect heir shrieked shrilly. Pale as a sheet, he looked down at his chest in horror. While the 7 fiend sects were fighting for the inheritance, if things were to go awry and any one party were to declare their surrender, the rest would not be so ruthless as to kill a Fiend heir. However, the malevolent Earth Sect heir would have never imagined that he would come across such a malignant being in this place. Upon seeing this scene, the other 3 Fiend heirs felt a chill run down their spines. Su Zimo swung left and right. Any Fiend sect cultivators that stood before him either died on the spot or were sent flying with blood spraying out of them. Arriving before the malevolent Earth Sect heir, Su Zimo grabbed his head with a cold expression and swung his cold moon saber horizontally. A large head was chopped off. Pust! The Fiend sect cultivators gasped. They did not know which immortal sect had sent such a ruthless person who could kill the malevolent Earth Sect Fiend heir without batting a single eyelid. Shangguan Yu and the Illusion Fiend cult and Zenith Sect heirs retreated. If the 4 of them were unable to kill this person, it was pointless now that there were only 3 of them left. They might even end up dying here. Lunatic Pang, are you just going to sit there and watch our Fiend heirs get killed idly? Shangguan Yu asked with an ashen expression. If you continue to sit by and do nothing, what would the other Fiend cultivators think of you when news of this spreads back to the Fiend sects? Ha 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 ha. The Illusion Fiend cult heir burst out in laughter. They'll only think that Lunatic Pang is a superficial reputation of yours. You're nothing more than an empty shell who can only be arrogant within our Fiend sects. When you come across anyone from immortal sects, you're so scared that you don't even dare to say a word. Upon hearing this, Pang Yu finally moved. He stood up from his spot as the fighting spirit in his eyes burned into 2 flames. With just that single action, everyone present felt an overwhelming pressure. It was as though there was a shadow of an ancient demon coming from Pang Yu, possessing unparalleled might that could even envelop the heavens. You don't have to provoke me. Pang Yu said coldly, if I were to attack, that person would be killed with extreme ease. As Fiend heirs, each of them had tricks up their sleeves and were extremely intelligent. When Su Zimo was fighting the other Fiend heirs, it was the perfect opportunity to sit by and reap the spoils later. There was no way Pang Yu would get involved. However, the inheritance object was about to be born. Now that the other Fiend heirs were fearful because of Su Zimo, it was the perfect timing for him to stand forth. Chapter 176, Terrifying Lunatic. Chapter 176, Terrifying Lunatic. Boom! Pang Yu pulled out the black spear that was embedded in the ground, causing the earth to crack and mud splattered everywhere. Dragging his huge spear, Pang Yu strode in a domineering manner to Su Zimo and said, I don't know which immortal sect you're from, but I guess your master must have spent a lot of effort to nurture you. But, what a pity. Even though your bloodline has reached the legendary Tsunami blood, your body tempering isn't at a greater mastery yet. You are too weak to be my match. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself about how powerful this person was. Before they even exchanged blows, Pang Yu had already seen through him. Pang Yu was not wrong. Even though Su Zimo's bloodline was terrifying and he was strong, marrow cleansing was only the 4th section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. In terms of body tempering, Su Zimo had yet to cultivate the organ's refinement and orifice clearing sections. Sizzle. The spear tip slashed across the ground, producing strange sounds. Amidst the sound, Pang Yu's heavy footsteps could be heard. Thump. 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 He was neither slow nor fast, but it was forceful. Every single step he took seemed as if he was stepping on the beat of Su Zimo's heart, giving the latter a feeling of dread. As Pang Yu approached, his aura grew stronger and stronger. On the contrary, Su Zimo's aura was being crushed completely. In the eyes of the onlookers, Pang Yu seemed to have transformed into an ancient demon 100 feet tall, overlooking Su Zimo who was tiny as an ant right now. Of course, that was just an illusion of the crowd that was caused by the auras of both parties and the circumstances alongside various reasons. Shangguan Yu was secretly shocked by Pang Yu's terror. After some thought, he gathered that even without the presence of the ancient spirit lock formation, he might not be a match for that lunatic either. However, Shang Guanyu heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, that green-robed cultivator was finally going to die. With Pang Yu around, the rest of them were in no danger of losing their lives. But, if the green-robed cultivator was the one who survived, the only option left for them was to escape. A cruel glint flashed in the Zenith Sect heir's eyes as he looked on coldly. When the illusion fiend cult heir saw what was happening, he was delighted and yelled, "Lunatic Pang, killing this person outright will be too easy on him. You'd better rip him into pieces. That'd be satisfying." Ji Yaoyan furrowed her brows as worry flashed across her eyes. She was the clearest about Pang Yu's methods and abilities. Through the history of Fiend Sect heirs, his strength was ranked right at the top. Otherwise, he would not be called a lunatic. Seeing Pang Yu walk over, Su Zimo suddenly realized something. Even though what Pang Yu said was true, the fact that he chose to say it at this moment was a form of mental warfare. If Su Zimo felt that he was inferior to Pang Yu, his aura would definitely weaken and he would lose the initiative. After realizing this, Su Zimo had been searching for a way to break out of that situation. Haha. Pang Yu did not intend to give Su Zimo any chance to begin with. When he approached Su Zimo, he raised his pitch-black spear and smashed it down like a steel whip, causing the wind to howl in a breathtaking manner. Su Zimo did not even think about it and sidestepped to dodge immediately. The power of that spear was too powerful. If he wanted to defend it head-on, he would only end up severely injured and might even die on the spot. Can you avoid it? Pang Yu's spear missed and smashed on the ground with a loud bang, causing the earth to crack. Amidst the billowing smoke, a thick black spear stabbed out. It was extremely stable, as if it could even pierce through the heavens. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. He took a half sidestep and forcefully twisted his stance with the plow heaven stride, dodging the sharp tip of the spear while using his cold moon saber to strike at the weakest part of the spear. Su Zimo could not help but praise himself internally for that slash. Regardless of angle, timing, strength or the combination with plow heaven stride, the move was perfect. In fact, Su Zimo thought of what to do with this move later on. After colliding with the spear, the cold moon saber slanted sideways and sliced down the body of the spear, forcing Pang Yu to let go. That way, Su Zimo would seize the initiative and gain the advantage with a weapon. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed out. It was as Su Zimo had imagined, and the cold moon saber collided heavily against the body of the spear. However, his expression changed the next moment as he realized something was amiss. Su Zimo felt an extremely domineering shock wave on the body of the spear. The moment the cold moon saber made contact with it, the shock was transmitted to him through the saber. It was a trap. It was the same way Su Zimo had dealt with the thousand-faced assassin earlier on. This was a deliberate opening set up by Pang Yu. Buzz! The spear quivered and the cold moon saber was sent flying. With his palm torn and fresh blood dripping, Su Zimo's trump card he had designed earlier was now useless. Haha! Pang Yu burst out into laughter. Exerting strength into his arms, he swept the spear horizontally right at Su Zimo's head. After the cold moon saber left his hands, Su Zimo was extremely swift and squatted. The pitch-black spear swept into air. However, it suddenly changed its momentum and stopped right above Su Zimo's head before slamming down. Pushing his feet, Su Zimo rolled to the side and barely avoided the fatal blow. He was covered with quite a bit of mud and looked rather pathetic. The both of them had only exchanged a couple of moves. However, Su Zimo had escaped death several times. If he was any bit slower, he would have died on the spot. The difference in strength between the both sides was obvious. In the eyes of everyone, Su Zimo had no chance against Pang Yu with his black spear now that even his weapon was gone. I've told you, you're very strong, but you're no match for me. Please resign to your fate. Pang Yu's voice sounded as though he was stating an unquestionable fact. Raising his brow, an idea flashed into Su Zimo's mind. He had finally realized the flaw in Pang Yu's earlier statement. My strength is indeed inferior to yours. However, strength is not the only factor in melee combat. Su Zimo composed himself and replied indifferently. In that instant, a strange change happened between their auras. Pang Yu's aura was still extremely strong. However, Su Zimo's aura suddenly became unpredictable. If one were to compare Pang Yu to a towering, mighty mountain, Su Zimo would be akin to a bottomless ocean. It was hard to tell who was stronger between the two. No one could tell if the mountain would overturn the ocean or if the ocean would sink the mountain. I'm really curious. Now that even your weapon is gone, what are you going to fight me with? Sensing the abnormality in Su Zimo, Pang Yu continued with his mental warfare. Not only are weapons useless in the hands of some people, they may even be a burden. Su Zimo let out a long sigh and actually took the initiative to walk towards Pang Yu calmly. Splash. Splash. Bang. Boom. Boom. Huff, A strange noise rang in Su Zimo's body. That was the tiger leopard thunder sound. Su Zimo's aura was climbing steadily. If anyone were to close their eyes, they would definitely be met with a shocking scene in their minds. It was an ancient demon that stood tall and mighty. With bloodshot eyes, it strode through the torrential ocean and its body shimmered with lightning. It was an unyielding sight. Chapter 177, Melee Combat Suppression. Chapter 177, Melee Combat Suppression. As Su Zimo approached with an intensifying aura, Pang Yu could wait no longer. The pitch-black spear in his hands danced as he strode forth and dived towards Su Zimo. A simple spear with incomparable strength shot out. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged. He sidestepped and dodged it. No matter what, he was still not Pang Yu's match in terms of raw power. Furthermore, Su Zimo had already lost his weapon. Now that he was bare-handed, all the more he couldn't fight Pang Yu head-on. The pitch-black spear danced in Pang Yu's hands like a gigantic black dragon. Everywhere it passed, it burst with a suppressive force that could destroy everything. Su Zimo kept retreating and the space he could dodge decreased by the second. He was completely restricted by Pang Yu. Everyone could tell that if this was to continue, Su Zimo would undoubtedly lose before long. But the strange thing was that none of them could see any bit of fear in Su Zimo's calm face. Dong! A dull sound rang from the blood pool once more. Everyone's expressions changed as their hearts skipped a beat. Right after, the blood pool started to swirl slowly as though it was being attracted by a force. Before long, a gigantic vortex appeared in the middle of the blood pool, growing deeper by the moment. All the Fiend's sect cultivators were stunned. They had all realized that the inheritance was about to be born. In the Fiend's sects, anyone who obtained the item in the blood pool would be completely reborn. If an ordinary Fiend's sect cultivator obtained it, he could replace a Fiend heir entirely. If a Fiend heir obtained it, he could very well become the strongest Fiend heir of the 7 Fiend sects. Who wouldn't mind having a treasure like that? Even Pang Yu seemed to be slightly dazed as his hand moved slower. Right then, Su Zimo's eyes lit up. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the pitch-black spear with a flash of lightning in his palms, a coil and a tremble. Oh! Pang Yu's reaction was extremely fast. The moment he realized something was amiss, he channeled his blood towards his arms and steadied the pitch-black spear with all his might. That was an absolute suppression through strength. But then, Pang Yu's expression changed. The lightning in Su Zimo's palms extended rapidly on the pitch-black spear into Pang Yu's body. As though he was struck by lightning, Pang Yu's body shuddered and he nearly let go of the pitch-black spear as pain surged through his arm as though it was pricked by needles. Swoosh! Immediately, Pang Yu channeled his bloodline to purge away the wanton power of thunder that had entered his body. Steadying himself, he took a deep breath of air and wanted to retaliate. Su Zimo had already seized that opportunity to appear in front of Pang Yu. His knees were slightly bent in a seemingly kneeled position. With a smile, he pushed his hands towards Peng Yu's mouth, looking as if he was holding up an immortal fruit. For some reason, Peng Yu felt his scalp tingle and a chill run down his spine when he saw that pose. Sanguine Ape Fruit Offering, that was a powerful killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Peng Yu retreated. He wanted to retract his pitch-black spear and block it in front of Su Zimo. However, the latter followed him like a maggot, ensuring that the distance between them was never more than 1 arm. This was a particular distance. Even though the might of Peng Yu's pitch-black spear was frightening, it became a burden under such a distance. Grabbing his spear with 1 arm, Peng Yu tried to force down Su Zimo's palms with his other arm. A cold glint flashed in Su Zimo's eyes as he changed strategy at the last moment. Gripping Peng Yu's wrist with both hands, he tore it towards both sides while releasing his power of blood. At the same time, Su Zimo stomped his knee forward like a galloping horse. This was another killing move, Divine Steed Dismemberment. Bang! Su Zimo's knee landed squarely on Peng Yu's chest, giving off a dull sound of defeat. Peng Yu's body shuddered as he staggered backwards, his face flushed red for a brief moment. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. If it was anyone else who was struck by the Divine Steed Dismemberment, their arms would have been ripped apart even if their chest wasn't crushed. But now, Peng Yu was merely forced back a couple of steps after receiving that killing move. Instead of losing his combat power, his feral instincts were triggered. How terrifyingly strong was this person's physique? What Su Zimo did not know was that at the moment, the mental shock for Peng Yu was greater. He had thought that Su Zimo's strength would not be a threat to him. However, that move earlier on gave his arms a tearing pain. The bones in his chest felt like they were cracking, his heart stopped for a moment and even his organs were shaking. Killing intent surged fervently in Peng Yu's eyes as his fighting spirit rumbled. With a wrathful roar, he tossed away his pitch-black spear and lunged at Su Zimo with his bare hands. At that sight, Su Zimo praised internally. For Peng Yu, the only way of breaking away from that situation was to cast away the weapon in his hands. Not everybody would be able to react in the midst of such an intense battle and come to that realization. Even then, they may not have the guts to discard their weapons. However, since he had the advantage, Su Zimo would naturally not let Peng Yu make a comeback. While he did not know of any saber techniques, there were way too many melee killing moves in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Peng Yu clenched his fists, charging at Su Zimo's head from the side like 2 mountains. Su Zimo did not dodge nor avoid it. Stepping forth, he unleashed the stance of the plow heaven stride and retracted both arms to his sides. With a sudden slant, he thrust and pushed forward. Bovine's moon gazing. This move not only allowed him to dodge Peng Yu's killing move, it even allowed him to retaliate. Good move. The corners of Peng Yu's eyes twitched as he changed strategy at the last moment. He pulled his arms in front of him to defend against Su Zimo's punch while sweeping with his legs horizontally. Su Zimo followed suit and changed strategy as well. Suddenly, he bent down and was almost sprawled on the ground. Using all his limbs, he slithered in front of Peng Yu like a gigantic python. After Anaconda Swath came the big killing move. Anaconda Strangle. Su Zimo's body elongated as though he was weak and boneless. He coiled around Peng Yu's legs and channeled his blood, bursting off with an exuberant power of blood. Whoosh! Su Zimo's muscles expanded rapidly and he grew in size, bent on crushing Peng Yu into meat pulp. Ah! Peng Yu realized the danger as well. Roaring, he churned his blood to fight head-on. Both sides exerted power. After a slight pause, Su Zimo realized that he would not be able to do anything to Peng Yu if this carried on. This person's physique was way too strong. With a swift motion, he slid down from Peng Yu's body. Peng Yu was not in the best state either, panting slightly with a blushed face. Right then, his vision blurred, Su Zimo was actually rushing at him again. Boom! A deafening explosion of air could be heard. Pang Yu raised his head to see Su Zimo's fist pummeling down from the skies, looking like a supreme seal that could suppress the ancient times. Its aura was magnificent and terrifying. Taking a deep breath of air, Pang Yu raised his arms and defended against it. Bang! The fist and arm collided, giving off a sound that could shatter one's teeth. Pang Yu's feet sank into the ground, making him seem shorter than Su Zimo. The melee combat fight was way too intense and dangerous. With rapid changes in their moves, both of them fought with lightning speed such that everyone felt their hearts palpitating just by watching. Suppression. Lunatic Pang, who was deemed as the #1 Fiend heir in melee combat, was actually being suppressed by an unknown green-robed cultivator. Chapter 178, Skeleton in the Stone Coffin. Chapter 178, Skeleton in the Stone Coffin. After the Sanguine Ape Fist Seal, Su Zimo did not pause at all and thrust forward, coiled like a ball with his legs slightly bent. Arriving in front of Pang Yu, Su Zimo's body suddenly bounced off and he struck up with both arms, hitting Pang Yu heavily on the chin. Bang! Pang Yu's head was reared as blood gushed into his eyes. With loosened teeth, he staggered backwards. Back in the Tsang Lang mountain range, Su Zimo crushed a cultivator's jaws and neck with this sanguine ape fruit offering. But now, Pang Yu merely lost a couple of teeth. Su Zimo leaned in and smashed against Pang Yu's strength with his entire body's might. The latter grunted and his muscular body was sent flying. This did not cause Su Zimo to stop. With a flash of his body, he grabbed Pang Yu by the ankles and exerted strength in his arms. Exhaling deeply, Su Zimo lifted Pang Yu's entire body and smashed it heavily into the ground. Boom! A huge human-sized crater formed on the ground as dust spread everywhere. Many of the Fiend sect cultivators were dumbfounded as their mouths twitched uncontrollably. This was an outcome none of them had expected. Everyone could tell that Pang Yu's strength was far superior compared to Su Zimo. However, a single mistake caused him to lose the initiative and Su Zimo continued the combo till this eventual defeat. Even though it was a short exchange of blows, both parties displayed extremely powerful melee combat techniques. Dong! Yet another dull sound rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Gradually, their pupils constricted as their expressions froze. In the blood pool not far away, an ancient coffin laid quietly at the bottom and was faintly discernible from the vortex. Placed in the middle, it looked as though it was one with the pool. There were many mysterious and esoteric runic patterns etched on the surface of the stone coffin. However, due to the constant flow of blood, most of it was indiscernible and it had a dim glow. There were also huge chains wrapped around the surface of the stone coffin. They were all covered in rust and seemed as though they had been there for a long time. The dull sounds from before came from this stone coffin. All of a sudden, another sound came from the blood pool. Crack. 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 The chains on the stone coffin began to crack and shattered under the watchful eyes of everyone. With a loud boom, the lid of the coffin was lifted by a tremendous force. The dull sound in the stone coffin became even clearer. Dong! 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 It was as though someone was striking the drums of the heavens in a deep and powerful manner. Everyone focused and gasped. A figure was lying in the stone coffin. To be precise, it was a skeleton. However, there was a grisly red heart in the chest of the skeleton and it was beating with great vigor. Dong! 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 The dull sounds were actually the beating of the heart. Many of the Fiend sect cultivators were so terrified that they even forgot to breathe. Su Zimo realized this was unexpected. At the very least, the skeleton before him was definitely not within the calculations of the many Fiend sect cultivators present. He did not have time to bother about Pang Yu, who was lying in the huge pit. In a flash, he appeared beside Demoness Ji and whispered, "Hurry up and leave. Something is not right." Demoness Ji's face was pale as a sheet at the moment. A look of fear flickered in her eyes as she murmured, "It's probably too late." Su Zimo sensed something and followed Demoness G's gaze towards the blood pool once more. In just that short while, the blood in the pool was drained by more than half after gushing into the stone coffin. As for the skeleton in the stone coffin, its body already had a layer of flesh and blood. Although it was thin and translucent, it was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Reincarnation? Or, was the skeleton not dead to begin with? Who was he? At this moment, Su Zimo suddenly realized that he could not move his feet, as if he was being restrained by an invisible force. Sweeping his gaze, he realized that it was the same for the many Fiend sect cultivators present. They were all rooted to the spot. Suddenly, the skeleton in the stone coffin sat up. The black holes where its eyes were shone with a sinister red gleam as it opened its mouth and produced a series of tones. "Since you are here, don't leave anymore." Because it had no tongue, the skeleton's pronunciation was unclear. However, everyone could vaguely make out what it was saying. Without any warning, the group of cultivators closest to the blood pool flew through the air towards the stone coffin in the blood pool simultaneously as though they were pulled by something. Their eyes were filled with fright. Those people struggled furiously in midair, wanting to get away from the stone coffin, but to no avail. Some of them had despair in their eyes as they roared and raised their weapons, stabbing at the skeleton in the stone coffin. The long swords that stabbed the skeleton broke on the spot. Many Fiend sect cultivators were brought to the vicinity of the skeleton. It opened its mouth and sucked, causing the flesh and blood of a cultivator opposite to gush into its mouth like liquid. In the blink of an eye, a group of Fiend sect cultivators perished without a single survivor. The empty, white skeletons that remained fell from midair and scattered beside the stone coffin. After absorbing the fresh blood, the flesh on the skeleton became more abundant. Although it was far from the level of a normal person, its face could already be vaguely made out. Standing up from the stone coffin, the skeleton walked out and surveyed the surroundings with a pair of bloody red holes. It seemed to be able to see everything around it. The skeleton took another breath and the flesh on its face squirmed, as if it was in enjoyment. Such fresh blood, click, click clack. At some point in time, Peng Yu had crawled up from the ground. Coughing blood, it was obvious that Su Zimo had slammed him hard. Peng Yu cursed, "Fuck. I thought that this was an inheritance ground. Turns out there's an old demon buried here." Swoosh. The skeleton waved. Another group of cultivators flew towards it. Even though the bodies were theirs, they could not control it at all. It was an unstoppable power. Before long, that group of cultivators perished once again, leaving behind a pile of bones as their flesh were all absorbed by the skeleton. Dong dong. Dong dong dong. The beating of the skeleton's heart grew louder and stronger. "What should we do?" Demoness G's petite body trembled as she asked softly. She naturally knew that given the situation before them, only fate could decide their lives. Both she and Su Zimo were powerless to resist. However, she merely wanted to talk to someone out of the fear in her heart. Su Zimo was expressionless as he glared at the skeleton coldly. They stood no chance at all. The skeleton was indeed extremely strong. So strong that it was hard to imagine. However, it had clearly been trapped in the stone coffin for a long time and had just escaped. Although it was recovering its strength, now was also its weakest moment. As long as he could find its weakness, they might be able to obtain a sliver of life. At this moment, the skeleton waved again. About 10 cultivators flew towards the skeleton. Su Zimo and Demoness G were among the group. Chapter 179, Thunderclap Kill. Chapter 179, Thunderclap Kill. Su Zimo and Demoness G flew towards the skeleton, drawn by some invisible force. In the short process, Su Zimo could feel his bloodline stir as though it was about to be extracted. The other Fiend sect cultivators did not give up. Some struggled and begged, some screamed hysterically while others raised their weapons and slashed wildly at the skeleton. However, the skeleton was intact and there were no wounds at all. As long as it opened its mouth and sucked, the flesh of the cultivator on the other end would turn into a pool of blood and flow into its mouth. That nourished the flesh on the skeleton and the beating of its heart grew stronger. Before long, it was Su Zimo and Demoness G's turn. The skeleton turned around and faced the both of them. The hole in its eyes shone with a bloodthirsty red glow and it was filled with excitement. Demoness G's face was ashen and her eyes were filled with despair. Pust. 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 Right then, Su Zimo suddenly took a deep breath, causing a huge current of air to gush into his lungs fanatically. It was akin to an anaconda devouring the sun and moon, trying to turn into a dragon and soar through the heavens. The air flow was extremely fast and violent. When it cut his throat, traces of blood even seeped out with a salty smell. Su Zimo's chest bulged in a shocking manner, as if he had swallowed a huge balloon. Kill. Su Zimo was one step ahead. Opening his mouth suddenly, he roared and released the air flow as blood boiled in his body. Boom! The roar erupted in the air like thunder. Fiend sect cultivators who were slightly further away from Su Zimo frowned, feeling a sharp pain in their ears as they spaced out briefly. Thunderclap kill. It was an extremely strong thunder art in the Void Thunder manual. Converting sound into energy in an instant, it could produce a powerful impact. However, it was impossible to learn this thunder art since someone had torn away the back half of the Void Thunder manual. Yet, Su Zimo had gained some inspiration through his past experiences and had his own insights. Coupled with Anaconda Eclipse of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness, he created a sound spirit technique that possessed quite a formidable power as well. That was the Thunderclap kill that Su Zimo had just executed. Of course, this was not a complete thunder art, it was merely something that Su Zimo had deduced. Each time it was released, Su Zimo's lungs would suffer immense pressure and possibly even injuries. Unless it was a last resort, Su Zimo would not use Thunderclap kill easily. If Su Zimo had managed to gain greater mastery of the marrow cleansing section and used organs refinement to strengthen his lungs, he would naturally be able to withstand the outburst of Thunderclap kill. Now that Su Zimo had used this technique, it was naturally because he was prepared to risk his life. The power of thunder was the strongest of the yang elements and could purge evil. It was the same for Thunderclap kill. When the skeleton heard that roar, its body trembled and the flesh that coagulated actually showed signs of falling off. Right on the heels of that, Su Zimo's eyes shone with a vicious glint. He thrust his right hand using his palm as a knife and stabbed it into the skeleton's chest. Poof! Flashes of blood appeared. Just as Su Zimo's hand stabbed into the skeleton's chest, it was stuck. Immediately after, the flesh on Su Zimo's palm began to fall off, gushing into the skeleton's body as liquid blood. Click, clack. The skeleton opened its mouth, seemingly mocking Su Zimo for overestimating his abilities. In the blink of an eye, the flesh on Su Zimo's palm had dissipated, revealing a blood-bone palm. Suddenly, the skeleton trembled. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from the blood-bone palm, spreading across its chest in a shuddering manner. A thin layer of fire that emitted a searing and horrifying heat burned on the surface of the blood-bone palm, as if it could incinerate all living beings. It melted the flesh on the skeleton's chest instantly. Su Zimo clenched his teeth and thrust. Instantly, the blood-bone palm extended into the skeleton's chest, spreading its fingers and gripping its beating heart. At that moment, Su Zimo and the skeleton trembled at the same time and stopped moving instantaneously. The entire world seemed to have frozen over. Su Zimo squeezed his palm and the heart exploded. Clack, clack. Opening its mouth, the skeleton let out a strange howl from the depths of its throat. Suddenly, a tremendous force exploded in front of the skeleton's chest, repelling Su Zimo instantly. Scarlet light emanated the place filled with the stench of blood. Large patches of blood mist splattered on Su Zimo's and seeped into his pores. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in blood and his body swelled in a terrifying manner, as though he was a fiend celestial who had just emerged from hell. Ah! An extremely powerful bloodline surged into his body. Feeling as though his body was about to explode, Su Zimo could not help but roar into the skies. The moment he opened his mouth, rich and pure sanguine light spewed out, emitting a powerful and domineering fluctuation of his bloodline. Upon seeing this, the eyes of the remaining Fiend sect cultivators burned. No one knew what exactly happened to the skeleton or how Su Zimo had managed to pierce its chest and deal serious damage. However, everyone could tell that more than half of the skeleton's blood essence had surged into Su Zimo's body. It was a huge opportunity. With such pure bloodline essence, anyone present would be able to reach the Tsunami blood realm. As for Su Zimo, who had already achieved Tsunami blood, what level would he reach with this opportunity? What sort of changes would happen to his bloodline? Immediately following that, the expressions of the Fiend sect cultivators changed again. Something was not right. At the moment, Su Zimo's body was filled with a thick bloodline such that it was about to explode. Streaks of blood appeared on his skin in a horrifying manner. A look of pity flashed in Pang Yu's eyes. This was indeed a huge opportunity. It was so huge that no one's body could withstand it. From his point of view, Su Zimo's fate was decided. He would explode due to the rich bloodline, leaving no corpse in his wake. Ah! The skeleton let out a low growl and the holes in its eyes emitted a cold light. It opened its mouth and spat out a string of words. I'll have you guys die with me. Bang! Boom! Boom! The ground trembled violently as cracks began to appear, spreading out in all directions rapidly. The walls around them collapsed as countless boulders fell and covered the skies. The Fiend sect cultivators were terrified as they fled in all directions. Due to their spirit energies being locked, they would definitely die if they were buried by the boulders. None of them would have the strength to withstand the impact. Demoness G wanted to escape, but when she caught sight of Su Zimo's miserable appearance, she hesitated slightly. No matter what, she was the one who brought him here. He was an innocent victim to this calamity. Furthermore, Su Zimo had indeed kept to his promise and ensured her safety for the entire journey. In that instant, if Su Zimo had not counterattacked, she might have ended up as food for the skeleton just like the other Fiend sect cultivators. With that moment of hesitation, Demoness G lost her final chance to escape. Chapter 180, Escaping Alive. Chapter 180, Escaping Alive. Bang! 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 As though the end of the world had arrived, the sky collapsed. The surrounding boulders crashed down and blocked all passageways. At the moment, Su Zimo's body swelled and trembled. He panted heavily as the powerful bloodline essence crashed wantonly within his body. Su Zimo's body was on the verge of falling apart. The unbearable pain was causing his consciousness to go fuzzy. Opposite him, the skeleton looked terrible as well. A huge bloody hole appeared in its chest. The original place of his heart was now empty, leaving only some pieces of flesh. There was originally a layer of flesh on the skeleton. It was close to recovering to human form. Now that the heart was ruptured, the flesh was disintegrating as well. Before long, it fell off the skeleton and slid to the ground. Soon, it turned back to a white skeleton with an aura that was even weaker than before. The skeleton gazed at Su Zimo's blood-bone palm. The bloody light in the hole in its eyes flickered before dimming gradually. The last trace of its life was also dissipating slowly. You die too. The skeleton looked at Su Zimo and suddenly opened its mouth. Right after, it raised its hand and stabbed at Su Zimo's chest with fingers as sharp as daggers. If the attack struck, there was no need to wait to be buried by countless boulders. A Foundation establishment cultivator's heart would definitely be pierced to certain death. Upon seeing that, Demoness G's expression changed, but she did not stop him. No matter what, they were not getting out of this place. There was no difference between dying a moment earlier or later. Even though Su Zimo's consciousness was fuzzy, his spirit perception was still there. He felt a strong sense of danger. Instinctively, he dodged to the side. Su Zimo did not have time to react, it was purely out of instinct. Poof! The palm of the skeleton pierced through Su Zimo's chest like a sharp knife, emerging from his back filled with blood. That palm was aimed at crushing Su Zimo's heart. However, due to that dodge, it pierced through the middle of Su Zimo's chest, brushing by his heart. That burst attack seemed to have exhausted the skeleton's last strength. Feeling the sharp pain in his chest, Su Zimo punched out casually and sent the skeleton flying, causing it to fall into the rubble. The skeleton remained motionless, as if it was already dead. The hole in its face was pitch black. In the blink of an eye, a layer of dust and gravel covered the skeleton. Shing! A gush of blood shot out from Su Zimo's chest and splattered all over the ground. It emitted a crystalline luster and the bloodline was rich and shimmering. Su Zimo's figure shrank by quite a bit. Although he had not recovered to his original state, the bloodstains on his body were gradually fading and he was recovering slowly. Oh! That change caught Demoness G's attention. In truth, Su Zimo was at his most arduous period earlier on. The bloodline was too strong and his body could not withstand it. It was equivalent to a powerful force that surged rampantly in his body and could not be vented. The reason why Su Zimo's body swelled was because the pressure within was too great. That was also why his skin cracked with streaks of blood appearing. If he could not digest the power of that rich bloodline, a single fate awaited Su Zimo, death through explosion. However, the skeleton's final attack had inadvertently saved Su Zimo's life. Its intention was naturally to kill Su Zimo. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo managed to dodge the fatal strike to his heart using his spirit perception. Even though the injury was serious and the wound on his chest was horrifying with blood gushing out, it was an outlet for the power of the bloodline within to gush out. Because of that, it helped him avert the crisis. Of course, Su Zimo still retained most of the bloodline's essence within his body. However, that bloodline essence was no longer a threat to his life. It was a blessing in disguise. There were too many things that happened that night. If there was any slight deviation in the series of events, not only would Su Zimo fail to obtain the opportunity before him, he would even be met with a huge calamity. It was the same for the current situation. Su Zimo and Demoness G were not out of danger yet. Bang! Boom! Boom! The surrounding mountains collapsed and a huge shadow crushed. They would be buried before long. The passageways out were already blocked. Notwithstanding the fact that Su Zimo was severely injured in the chest and was dazed and weak, even if he was in his best state, he might not have been able to escape. I'm sorry. A rare trace of worry and kindness could be seen in Demoness G's eyes as she pretended to be relaxed and smiled at Su Zimo. Crack. 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 The ground beneath shook as cracks appeared and extended. Su Zimo's legs gave way and he almost fell into one of the cracks. Shrugging his head, he tried his best to stay awake. He looked down at the pitch-black and bottomless crack, not knowing what was beneath. If he was not careful and fell in, he would probably be crushed into meat pulp. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's ears twitched. He could vaguely hear the sound of running water from the depths of the crack. After cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Su Zimo's hearing and vision was far superior to normal people. He was almost at the point where he could listen to the world. Swish! The mountain peak above their heads fell alongside countless boulders, bringing with it dust that blocked their vision in a terrifying manner. Demoness G had a look of despair as she closed her eyes and sighed gently. Right then, she felt someone yank her wrist. Caught off guard, her knees buckled and she was led over. Subconsciously, she opened her eyes and looked. Su Zimo's face was frighteningly pale. Clutching the wound on his chest with one hand, he used his other hand to grab her as they stumbled to the stone coffin not far away. Quickly, go in. Arriving at the stone coffin, Su Zimo led Demoness Ji in front of him and with a shout, pushed her. She was stunned for a moment and fell into the stone coffin without resistance. Su Zimo leaped in right after, grabbing the lid of the coffin from the side and yanking it. With a slam, the lid closed above them tightly. The last bit of light disappeared. It was pitch black inside the stone coffin. Bang! 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 Almost at the same time as the lid was shut, the sound of countless boulders smashing onto the coffin rang. It was heavy and deafening. There was not much room in the stone coffin because it was designed for a single person. Now that the both of them were inside, together with the fact that Su Zimo's body was slightly swollen after absorbing the bloodline essence, it seemed extremely squeezy. A strange feeling arose in Demoness Ji's heart, but she did not say anything. If it was anyone else or even Su Zimo before they arrived at this place, she might have killed him on the spot. But now, Demoness Ji did not move an inch. She blinked her eyes in deep thought. If Su Zimo was even slower for a moment earlier, they would have been crushed to death by the boulders outside. Despite that, Su Zimo chose to let her enter first and bear the danger himself. At that thought, a gentle glint flashed across Demoness Ji's eyes as she pursed her red lips. Chapter 181, River Undercurrent. Chapter 181, River Undercurrent. The ground trembled and the stone coffin shook violently along. Slowly, it tilted and slid down a pitch-black crack, falling over. Moments later, the stone coffin fell into water with a loud splash and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Dust flew everywhere as boulders rolled down. The sky was collapsing. After a long time, the tremors finally calmed down. The original place was reduced to ruins without any sign of life. In the middle of the ruins, there was a huge hole. It was pitch black and no one knew where it led to. A gentle breeze gusted in the dark night, blowing away the dust of the ruins. Not far away, 4 figures stood. To be precise, there were 5. One of the figures was extremely blurry and indistinguishable in the night. It was the thousand-faced assassin. The 5 Fiend heirs looked at the ruins not far away, their gazes flickering with a lingering fear. Feeling cold from the wind's breeze, the 5 of them suddenly realized that their clothes were drenched in sweat. There were hundreds of Fiend sect cultivators with Fiend heirs, all of them gathered for the inheritance of this place. This could be considered as a rare clash between the juniors of the Fiend sections. However, none of them expected the stark changes of this expedition. Notwithstanding the fact that they did not obtain the inheritance, it nearly even turned into a massacre. Of the hundreds of Fiend sect cultivators present, only the 5 of them survived. The malevolent Earth sect heir was slain by an unknown green-robed cultivator. Demoness Ji could not escape in time and was definitely buried in the ruins. If not for the drastic change in terrain later on that dispelled the ancient spirit lock formation, even the 5 of them may not have been able to make it out. With complex expressions, none of them spoke. This ruin was caused by that terrifying skeleton. However, for some reason, the person who left the deepest impression on everyone that night was the unknown green-robed cultivator. To be fair, if he had not ruptured the heart of that skeleton at the final moment, their fates might have been the same and they would have their essence blood absorbed by the skeleton. Who was that person? After a long time, Peng Yu suddenly asked. Shangguan Yu shook his head. He should be someone from the immortal sections. There's only those few immortal sects that are strong in melee combat. Since his bloodline contained the power of thunder, I gather that he might be a legacy disciple of Zephyr Thunder Palace. What a pity. Peng Yu smacked his lips as a look of pity flashed across high eyes. He was not discouraged over his previous defeat to Su Zimo. Instead, his fighting spirit burned even fiercer. His strength was far greater than Su Zimo. The fact that Su Zimo's consecutive killing moves were unable to truly injure Peng Yu's tendons, bones and essence chi was evident of how powerful and terrifying the latter's physique was. The reason why Peng Yu lost was because he had underestimated the enemy, giving Su Zimo the chance to take the initiative and suppress him to the very end without a chance to come back. Peng Yu believed that he would definitely not lose if they fought again. Now that Su Zimo had fallen, Peng Yu had lost the chance to defeat him. He could not help but feel regretful and sighed. In fact, Peng Yu was not the only one. The other 4 Fiend heirs were similarly frustrated. At the end of the day, there was an ancient spirit lock formation in this place and everyone's spirit energies were restricted such that they could not unleash their true strength. To them, the malevolent Earth sect heir had met with an unjust death. It's a pity that man is dead. Otherwise, we'll definitely come across him on the ancient battlefield in the future. At that time, I'll definitely let him witness the power of Cloud Rain sect. Shengguan Yu harumphed softly. What's the point of saying all this? The illusion fiend cult heir flicked his sleeve and left, replying coldly, time to go. See you on the ancient battlefield. The thousand-faced assassin flickered and disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, all 5 Fiend heirs left one after another and peace returned to the ruins. Not long later, a voluptuous and curvaceous figure descended upon the ruins. She had exquisite looks and exuded a mature aura, as if she could stir the deepest carnal instincts in one's heart. It was the chief steward of Sky Treasure Auction House, Gu Shi. What happened exactly? Gu Shi murmured with a solemn expression. Swoosh. Gu Shi stood in midair above the ruins and a terrifying force surged out from her glabella. Releasing her spirit consciousness, she searched the ruins carefully, unwilling to miss any traces. Nothing? Gu Shi frowned and gazed at that bottomless pit beneath her. After hesitating slightly, she descended eventually. Before long, Gu Shi arrived above a river. She searched her surroundings once more but to no avail, looking at a river nearby. Using her spirit consciousness, Gu Shi seeped into the river and searched through the depths of it. After a while, her expression changed and she retracted her spirit consciousness. She caught sight of a dark shadow flowing into the distance at the bottom of this river. If she was not wrong, that should be the undercurrent of the river. The undercurrent was extremely strong and turbulent. Any object that fell into it would be swept away. The final position would naturally be at where the undercurrent ended. Yenner, just where are you? The figure disappeared, leaving behind a soft sigh. Not long after Gu Shi left, deep in the rubble beside the river, a pair of pitch black holes in the eyes of a skeleton emitted a scarlet, sinister glow. Even though Su Zimo and Demoness Ji were hidden in the stone coffin, both of them still suffered a huge blow the moment it fell into the river. Ugh! Ah! Su Zimo grunted softly and Demoness Ji howled in pain. The two sounds that emitted together from the stone coffin came across as strange. Su Zimo felt a sharp pain in his chest. That sudden impact rattled his tendons and bones, causing him to gasp as it felt like his bones were falling apart. Demoness Ji's arm was previously injured by Shengguan Yu. It was a minor injury and was no longer bleeding after it was bandaged. However, that impact tore the wound once more as Demoness Ji frowned and yelped. Although there was a thick stone coffin between them, Demoness Ji could still feel the flow of the river outside. She heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, they had managed to escape the place. Once the stone coffin sank to the bottom of the water, they would be able to break out from inside. All of a sudden, the stone coffin did not continue to sink. As though it was pulled by an external force, it continued to roll forward. It was a sudden change of momentum and the two people who were caught off guard inside collided against one another. Both of their hearts went aflutter as they retreated subconsciously. However, there was not much excess space within the cramped stone coffin. After that, the atmosphere within the stone coffin turned odd immediately. The temperature seemed to be rising in a frustratingly hot manner. In the darkness, both of them panted slightly and faced each other. Their eyes met but they did not speak. Su Zimo turned his head and slanted his body slightly. His body was still slightly swollen because the bloodline essence within it was not absorbed yet. It did not matter if he moved, but once again, he accidentally made contact with Demoness G. Su Zimo quickly stopped what he was doing and laid rooted to the spot. Chapter 182, Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Chapter 182, Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Instead of sinking to the bottom, the stone coffin was brought away by an external force. There was only a single possibility: they had met with a river undercurrent. Neither of them had an option in the river undercurrent. Even if they were to leave the stone coffin now, they would not be able to get out of the river undercurrent. Furthermore, both of them were injured. Right now, they could only leave it up to fate and leave the stone coffin after it left the river undercurrent. Upon realizing that there was no danger, Demoness G was slightly relieved. She glanced sideways at Su Zimo, who was lying beside her, and rolled her eyes, curling her lips with a hint of playfulness. "Hey, you did it on purpose, right?" Demoness G suddenly asked. Su Zimo closed his eyes and did not reply, feeling a tinge of guilt. After all, the two of them had just bumped into one another and there was no avoiding physical contact. "I didn't expect that you're no different from others despite looking refined and decent. You're also as perverted. Humph, to think that you would call yourself a righteous person of the orthodox path, aren't you ashamed?" The both of them were extremely close to each other and Demoness G's body emitted a seductive fragrance of flower as she exhaled. Su Zimo listened to Demoness G's reproachful tone. Feeling the warmth by his ear, he could not help but feel restless and unable to control himself. All of a sudden, his heart skipped a beat as he bit his tongue to try and maintain clarity. After what happened to Wu Xiangming, Yan Fei and the rest, Su Zimo had vaguely guessed what pure maiden sect specialized in. No wonder those of the Fiend sects call her a demoness. Su Zimo praised internally. Even though he was prepared, he was nearly bewitched by her as well. Every single frown, smile, action and emotion of Demoness G would cause one to be attracted to her unconsciously. If they were not careful, they would sink into her charms, unable to extricate themselves. Noticing that Su Zimo kept his eyes closed and refused to answer, Demoness G could not help but grin and asked gently, "Hey, let me ask you. Why didn't you get in first earlier? Why did you let me in first?" Su Zimo suddenly opened his eyes and replied coldly, "I'm afraid you might be crushed to death because you're too stupid." Ugh. Demoness G nearly choked on Su Zimo's reply as she grit her teeth subconsciously. However, on second thought, the situation was truly way too treacherous back then. If she were to stay behind, she would definitely not be as decisive as Su Zimo. It was highly likely that she would be crushed to death by the boulders as Su Zimo had mentioned. Even so, she was still a little angry. She felt pent up for some reason. Demoness G bit her red lips and pinched Su Zimo suddenly, saying coquettishly, "Go over there. Stay away from me." Even without her saying that, Su Zimo wanted to keep his distance from her, as far away as possible. However, the stone coffin was extremely cramped and did not have much excess space. Right now, the best solution was to refine away the bloodline in his body and return it to normal. That way, there would be more space. If nothing unexpected happened, Su Zimo should be able to attain greater mastery of his marrow cleansing section after refining the bloodline essence. Taking a deep breath of air, he channeled the mental cultivation technique of the tiger leopard thunder sound and started his breathing and expiration in the stone coffin. Huff, bang. Boom. Boom. Strange sounds suddenly emitted from Su Zimo's body. It got louder and clearer, like a tiger, leopard and thunder. Su Zimo's bloodline began to churn along with the rise and fall of the sounds. The boundless bloodline essence was being refined and infused into Su Zimo's own bloodline. Demoness G watched silently at the side without saying anything. She could naturally guess that Su Zimo was channeling an extremely strong blood-swapping technique. The reason why this refined man possessed such terrifying power should be because of that technique as well. She listened intently at the side, blinking and planning on learning that secret skill herself. However, that was a naive thought. Su Zimo's blood-swapping technique was a combination of two top-notch marrow cleansing techniques. It was the one and only Tiger Leopard Thunder sound in Tianhuang mainland. Putting aside the Tiger Leopard Thunder sound, how much time did Su Zimo spend to comprehend the sound of tigers and leopards? Demoness Ji did not even have a mental mantra. It was truly wishful thinking for her to want to comprehend Su Zimo's secret skill just by listening to it. After a day and night, Demoness Ji finally gave up after multiple fruitless attempts. She pouted and sulked. The Tiger Leopard Thunder sound was indeed extremely powerful. After just a day and night, Su Zimo's body had shrunk considerably and it wouldn't be long before it returned to normal. The most surprising thing for Demoness Ji was that the wound on Su Zimo's chest had already healed and was beginning to form a scab. What strong regeneration capabilities! She was secretly astonished. That wound pierced through Su Zimo's body entirely. Even for body-tempered cultivators, they might not recover fully without half a month at least. However, Su Zimo had only spent a single day and night to recover all wounds on his body. At that moment, the wound on Demoness Ji's arm had only just healed and stopped bleeding. It would take a few more days for scabs to form. What sort of a monster is this? Demoness Ji stared at Su Zimo's side profile, lost in thought. After the blood swapping, Su Zimo's complexion became even fairer and brighter. It was soft and tender like a newborn baby, crystalline like jade. No wonder sister can't forget him. I'm impressed, this lad does have some capabilities. Pausing for a moment, Demoness Ji thought again, those aren't small capabilities either for him to be able to teach Lunatic Pang a lesson. After enduring for so long, Demoness Ji was tired as well. As she watched Su Zimo who was cultivating, her eyelids grew heavy and she drifted into sleep. After a long time, she jolted awake from her dreams. Bouncing upright, she slammed against the lid of the coffin with a loud thud. Ouch! Demoness Ji rubbed her head and cried out in pain. With that, she was completely awake and remembered where she was. Instinctively, she looked to the side. Su Zimo's body had returned to normal and he was staring at the lid of the coffin with a reared head. Demoness Ji quickly checked her body and only heaved a sigh of relief after ensuring that it was fine. As the pure maiden of the Fiend's Sects, this was an amateur mistake that she should not have committed. She fell asleep beside a man. If it was the Fiend heir of Cloud Rain Sect, Shengguanyu, beside her, the consequences would be dire. That was close. Demoness Ji stuck out her tongue lightly and subconsciously glanced at Su Zimo. This time, she discovered Su Zimo's abnormality. She had initially thought that his eyes were opened in a daze. Now that she was taking a closer look, he seemed to have noticed something and was studying it carefully in a trance-like manner. Demoness Ji followed his gaze and looked towards the lid of the stone coffin. Oh! Her eyes widened as she discovered something strange as well. There were words on the lid of the coffin. The handwriting was a little messy as if it was carved with something sharp. Previously, the atmosphere between them was ambiguously flirtatious in the stone coffin. Coupled with the fact that it was completely dark, neither of them bothered to notice the lid of the coffin. Now that they focused, they could vaguely make out the words on the coffin lid. There were 4 words on the first row. Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Chapter 183, Buddha Bead, Hand Seal. Chapter 183, Buddha Bead, Hand Seal. Upon seeing those words, Demoness Ji's heart palpitated as she continued reading hurriedly. Gradually, her eyes widened and she was engrossed as well. Even though it was pitch black in the stone coffin, Su Zimo had extremely strong eyesight after cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Everywhere his gaze was, it would be clear like daylight. This was a cultivation technique for one's bloodline and it detailed many strange spirit arts. Profound secrets of the bloodline were depicted, and there were many novel techniques in stimulating and making use of the bloodline's power. This was something completely unheard of. The spirit art used by the skeleton to devour many of the Fiend's sect cultivators previously was the blood-devouring technique, one of the many detailed in this blood refinement Fiend Sutra. Even though many of the spirit arts in this Fiend Sutra were vile and evil, some of them caught Su Zimo's interest. He secretly memorized and pondered over them. Even though this trip with Demoness G was filled with many surprises, it was a blessing in disguise. Now, Su Zimo had attained greater mastery of the marrow cleansing section. His bloodline flowed quietly in his body, giving birth to immense power and shimmering with a crystalline luster such that his blood vessels were almost transparent. From now on, Su Zimo could start to cultivate the organ's refinement section. Only, it was much more difficult to cultivate than the marrow cleansing section. The marrow cleansing section gave mention of the sound of tigers and leopards. However, the organ's refinement section merely contained obscure and complicated scriptures without any mention of demon beasts and whatnot. Su Zimo had no clue at all how he should go about refining the organ's refinement section. After a long time, the stone coffin began to shake violently. It was thrown out by an external force before calming down and sinking gradually. Su Zimo's heart stirred. He realized that the stone coffin had already left the river Undercurrent. At the side, Demoness G was already at the limits of her endurance. Wearing her veil again, she channeled her spirit energy and pushed with her palm heavily against the coffin lid. With a bam, the lid was blown away as river water surged into the stone coffin. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was drenched. Demoness G was already prepared as a nearly transparent barrier was conjured around her body, repelling water. Turning to look at Su Zimo's sorry state, she could not help but laugh. In the river, Su Zimo floated. He looked a little dazed, as if he had yet to regain his senses. In truth, it wasn't because Su Zimo's reaction was not fast enough. It was because after water gushed into the stone coffin, Su Zimo caught sight of a Buddha bead around the size of a longan one floating. The Buddha bead was extremely old. Even though it was made of wood, there was no sign of decay. A palm was etched on the Buddha bead that had its middle finger and thumb touching to form a hand seal. Every single line on the palm could be seen clearly, and it was bedazzling. Su Zimo had merely taken a single look at the Buddha bead when he felt his vision blurring into an extremely shocking scene. It was like a battlefield in purgatory. Corpses piled into mountains and blood flowed like rivers everywhere. The smell of blood filled the air and black clouds were overcast in an atmosphere so repressing that one could barely breathe. A cold wind blew in the surroundings, sending chills down one's spine. A man covered in blood stood atop the mountain of corpses. With his back facing Su Zimo, he was laughing with his head lowered like an unparalleled fiend. It was a sinister and terrifying laughter, sounding as though it was ringing right inside Su Zimo's ears. It was extremely unsettling. A moment later, bits of golden light shone through the gaps in the black clouds, scattering some warmth across the battlefield. With the passage of time, the golden light grew more and more intense, almost tearing the pitch-black clouds away. All of a sudden, a dazzling golden pillar of light descended from the sky, seemingly tearing the heavens and shining on the fiend. Roar! The fiend was furious and reared its head, bellowing towards the heavens in wrath. The veins on its necks were exposed and its blood vessels were protruding in a terrifyingly ferocious manner, akin to a living ghost from hell. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a bedazzling golden palm descended from the sky. It crushed down gently with its middle finger and thumb touching one another to form a hand seal. Fiend Suppression Seal. A deep voice sounded. Before the golden hand seal even descended upon the fiend's head, its body suddenly exploded as though it could not withstand the pressure, spraying blood all around the place in a horrifying manner. Su Zimo felt his eyes sting from the splattered blood and he snapped out of the illusion. The entire process seemed very slow, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. Looking at the Buddha bead nearby that was sinking, Su Zimo broke into a shudder. There was a flash of struggle in his eyes. After some hesitation, he swam into the river and chased after the Buddha bead, clasping it in his palm. There was nothing unusual when he retrieved it. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. It seemed that as long as one did not look at the pattern on the bead carefully, they would not fall into the illusion from before. Fiend Suppression Seal. Those 3 words flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Needless to say, that must be an extremely powerful secret technique. Even though the illusion had lasted for a moment, that golden hand seal left a deep impression in Su Zimo's mind and he could not forget about it. Kicking his legs, Su Zimo swam towards the river surface and before long, he arrived at the shore. At that moment, his upper body was nude and his pants were sopping wet. Demoness G pursed her lips and swept her gaze across Su Zimo's lower body. Just as she was about to tease him, Su Zimo's body shivered and he churned his bloodline. With the power of the bloodline, a white mist emitted from Su Zimo's body suddenly. All the water droplets were vaporized. Under the veil, Demoness G's mouth opened into a circle. Su Zimo retrieved a clean green robe from his storage bag and wore it. He also tossed the Buddha bead conveniently into his storage bag. Demoness G's eyes shifted. Recalling the abnormality of Su Zimo at the bottom of the river, she approached him and blinked. "What did you find down there?" "It's nothing." There was naturally no way Su Zimo would tell Demoness G about the Buddha bead as he replied casually. "How stingy." She harumphed. Summoning a flying sword, Su Zimo leaped on it and flew into the air, surveying the place. He did not know where the river Undercurrent had brought them. Demoness G arrived in midair and looked down as well. Su Zimo pondered for a while and looked at the river behind him. His heart stirred and he had a vague guess where they were. This was Yongxing River, a tributary of Jishui River that originated from the Great Zhou dynasty and passed by Yan country. In other words, Su Zimo and Demoness G had arrived in Yan country's territory. Su Zimo looked over at the capital of Yan country with longing in his eyes. "I've been away from home for 2 years. I wonder how elder brother is doing." The scene of leaving Pingyang town 2 years ago felt like yesterday in his mind. Su Zimo did not have many relatives. Other than him, the Su family only had Su Hong and Su Xiaoning as descendants. Su Xiaoning was far away in Azure Frost Sect and it was not easy to see her. Su Zimo decided to visit his brother in the capital of Yan country. Chapter 184, Obsession. Chapter 184, Obsession. After a rough analysis, Su Zimo rode his flying sword and sped towards the direction of Yan country's capital. When Demoness G saw that Su Zimo turned around to leave and ignored her, she could not help but feel agitated. Stomping her foot, she chased after him on her flying sword. As the pure maiden of the Fiend Sects, her status was unimaginable. It was not something an ethereal peak disciple like Su Zimo could compare to. Furthermore, she was born a charming woman. After cultivating the supreme mystic classic, Pure Maiden Sutra, every single frown and smile of hers would exude the power to bewitch all living beings. Even for cultivators who were a realm above her, they could easily fall under her skirt if they were slightly careless. Any cultivator who had the slightest bit of evil intent when they saw Demoness G would inadvertently fall under the bewitchment of the Pure Maiden Sutra. The entire process was subtle and difficult to detect, causing one to sink deeper and deeper. That was the true terror of the Pure Maiden Sutra. Even a single thought would work. They would be controlled by the Pure Maiden of the Fiend Sects. What made Demoness G upset was how Su Zimo had not been interested in her right from the beginning. Moreover, he was extremely wary. He was even more so after discovering her identity, wanting nothing more than to keep his distance and never see her again. That made Demoness G question her charms or whether there was a problem with the Pure Maiden Sutra. Both of them sped through the air one after another. Just like that, half a day was gone. Su Zimo stopped and turned to look at Demoness G behind him, frowning. She came to a stop as well, ignoring his gaze. With her hands behind her back, she pretended to be nonchalant and looked at the scenery below in a seemingly relaxed manner. Su Zimo turned back and left, and Demoness Ji followed him again. Even when he changed directions and routes, she followed accordingly. Stopping in his tracks, Su Zimo turned around and asked, "Why are you following me?" Tisk. Demoness Ji rolled her eyes and pouted. "That's odd. You're going your own way and I'm going mine. Who's following you? Stop thinking so highly of yourself." Su Zimo nodded. "All right then, where are you going?" Demoness Ji was at a loss for words. She rolled her eyes and retorted, "Why do you care where I go? The world is huge and I can go anywhere I want." Because this woman was Ji Yaoshua's younger sister after all, Su Zimo could not do anything to her. Furthermore, back in the inheritance ground, Demoness Ji had the chance to escape, but she did not abandon him. That proved that she did not have a bad nature despite being someone of the Fiend sections. Su Zimo turned to leave and she followed hurriedly. After a short while, Demoness Ji suddenly asked, "Hey, you seem to hate me?" "I don't have a good impression towards those of Fiend sects," Su Zimo replied. "Fu." Demoness Ji smiled as a look of mockery flashed in her eyes. She shook her head. "I thought you were different from others. To think that you're a fool as well." "Oh." Su Zimo raised his brow and replied, "You're a young brat who has been led astray. Why do you speak as though you know right from wrong? Does your sister know about this? What do you mean by going astray?" Demoness Ji was suddenly agitated as she stopped in front of Su Zimo and looked him in the eyes. "Since you don't have a good impression towards those of the Fiend sects, you think that the path of fiends is one that's astray? Let me ask you then, do you know what fiends are? Do you understand anything about Fiend sects?" Su Zimo was stunned for a moment. He wanted to reply but did not know what to say. Indeed, it was difficult for him to define fiends and he did not understand Fiend sects as well. In fact, he had not even heard of the 7 Fiend sects before he met Demoness Ji. After a moment, Su Zimo replied, "Indeed, I don't know what fiends are. However, I know that Wu Xiangming, Yan Fei and the others were sincere about wanting to protect you. But, you got them killed." Demoness Ji scoffed coldly, "That's where you're wrong. Yan Fei was someone from Cloud Rain's sect and he had no good intentions following me. As for Wu Xiangming and the rest, I can assure you that they were only lured there because they had ill intents towards me. Such people deserve death. If I didn't have the means to protect myself, what do you think they would have done to me?" Su Zimo thought for a moment before adding, "Back in the past, I encountered a sect named Joyful Sect here. Their disciples committed all sorts of evil and abducted women, using their aim to raise their cultivation realms. If that's not fiendish, what is? Joyful Sect is in the same league as Cloud Rain Sect, there's no difference." "That's where you're wrong again." Demoness Ji revealed a look of disdain and shook her head. "I've never heard of any Joyful Sect before. Although I'm not a disciple of Cloud Rain Sect, I know that Joyful Sect is not even befitting of carrying the shoes of Cloud Rain Sect cultivators." She paused for a moment and asked again, "Also, do you know Cloud Rain Sect very well? Why do you claim that Joyful Sect and Cloud Rain Sect are in the same league and there's no difference? On what basis?" "Their cultivation techniques. Just because you've seen Joyful Sect's cultivation techniques, you understand the cultivation techniques of Cloud Rain Sect?" Su Zimo remained silent. Demoness Ji continued, "Let me tell you, even though the disciples of Cloud Rain Sect are frivolous and always have sex with women, they don't force any women at all. Otherwise, they will be punished heavily by Cloud Rain Sect and even sentenced to death. Moreover, copulation between men and women is a fusion of yin and yang, the universe's natural path and the primordial Tao. What's wrong about that? If that's fiendish, you're telling me that all married couples in the world are fiends?" Upon hearing this, Su Zimo frowned. In that case, Cloud Rain Sect and Joyful Sect truly had a difference. Cloud Rain's sect would not force others. If the women were willing, there was nothing to say about that. Also, the real Fiend's sects are only the 7 of us. In fact, 6. Even Malevolent Earth sect cannot be considered as a true Fiend sect, let alone some rubbish like Joyful sect. Do you think they're fit to be called fiends? Demoness G continued, since you don't know what fiends are, let me tell you. There's a reason why the Tao of fiends can be ranked alongside the Immortal and Buddha Tao and be passed down through the ages. The Tao of fiends is the Tao of obsession, the Tao of extremity. Tao of obsession, Tao of extremity. Su Zimo repeated and frowned in deep thoughts. What Demoness G said had indeed given Su Zimo a new understanding of the term fiend. The fiend mentioned by Demoness G seemed to depart largely from his previous impression of the term. Furthermore, there would definitely be some degree of obstinateness in everyone's hearts. If they were to take a step more and reach the state of obsession, they would turn into fiends. Obsession turns one into fiends. Su Zimo asked, since it's the Tao of obsession and extremity, what does Cloud Rain sect cultivate? The Tao of indulgence. Demoness G explained slowly, in the Cloud Wind Mental Sutra, indulgence is at the basis of it. However, there are 2 major taboos. One is to not force others, the other is to not be stirred by emotions. The reason why Yen Fei died in my hands was because he had violated the 2 great taboos of the Cloud Wind Mental Sutra, resulting in him exposing a fatal opening. As such, his death comes as no surprise. If one wanted to indulge in lust, they would have to be heartless. That was the obsession and extremity of fiend sections. One would have to forsake many things to tread on this path. Fiends were incomplete and imperfect. Su Zimo's heart was shaken. After a brief pause, he asked, what does the Pure Maiden sect cultivate? Not telling you. Demoness G smiled slyly. Chapter 185, 4 years on. Chapter 185, 4 years on. After Demoness G's words, Su Zimo had a new understanding and impression towards her and Fiend sections. Just like Immortals and Buddha, Fiends had a Tao of their own. After pondering for a while, Su Zimo suddenly thought of something and asked, a few months ago, I met a cultivator in a spirit mine with ruthless methods. He massacred an entire city of living beings and uses a vile cultivation technique that can suck a living person into a dry corpse. Is he someone from the Fiend sects? From what I know, there's no such cultivation technique in the Fiend sects. Demoness G shook her head. She paused for a moment and continued, the reason why the reputation of Fiend sects is bad in the cultivation world is all because of you people from the orthodox path. As long as it's something that goes against humanity, you guys accuse us of the Fiend sects for it. It's truly despicable. If it's not done by the Fiend sects, you guys can come forth and explain yourselves. Su Zimo frowned. Foo-foo. Demoness G scoffed coldly, there's no way the Fiend sects will do that. Demons have their pride. She thought for a moment and said, a senior in the Fiend sects once gave an example to describe the difference between immortals and demons. I think it's rather apartment. For the same treasure, cultivators of the Fiend sects would fight for it openly. However, cultivators of immortal sects would vie for it in secret and frame it onto those of the Fiend sections. That's a little extreme. Su Zimo shook his head. I don't wish to argue with you anymore. With that, Su Zimo turned to leave. Demoness G followed him again. But this time round, Su Zimo did not chase her away. Where are you going? She asked. Su Zimo remained silent for a while before replying, back home to take a look. As Su Zimo sped towards the capital of Yen country, more than 10 cultivators arrived at a small town on the border of Yen country. They were led by a man and woman. The man wore sparkling white robes. He had a smile on his face, looking handsome and elegant. The woman was dressed in a long, emerald dress. Her black hair swayed in the wind and she had beautiful features, looking gentle and quiet. The both of them rode on their swords and their clothes fluttered in the wind. Like a match made in heaven, they were dazzling and could not be ignored. More importantly, both of them were at perfected foundation establishment realm. The 10-odd cultivators that followed them were all foundation establishment cultivators as well, varying from early to late stage. On their waists hung a badge with the words, "Iridescent Clouds." It was daytime at the moment with many citizens walking on the streets. Their expressions changed starkly with the sudden appearance of the many foundation establishment cultivators above them. The citizens hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted, "Greetings, immortals." Someone in the crowd with sharp eyes recognized the gentle woman and whispered, "It's that girl from the Shin family. It's really her. I wouldn't have been able to tell if you hadn't said it. She's changed drastically after 4 years. She's just like a fairy now." "Shoo. Shut up. Stop looking at her. She's an immortal now. If you anger her, she's going to gouge out your eyeballs." The gentle woman in the emerald dress was none other than Shinmingqi, who was taken away by perfected being Tsang Lang 4 years earlier to join Iridescent Cloud's palace. The white-robed cultivator beside her was her senior brother, Su Yu. "So this is your home, junior sister?" Su Yu looked at Shinmingqi beside him with a gentle gaze and asked softly. "I see." She seemed distracted as she responded. Looking at the small town beneath her, she sighed in a dazed manner, letting out a reminiscing expression. Unknowingly, 4 years had passed. 4 years ago, she stood with perfected being Tsang Lang in midair looking at Pingyang town the same way. However, that afternoon, a stubborn youth stood with his chest puffed and head held high on this familiar long street. He did not kneel nor fear. At the thought of that youth, Shinmingqi smiled faintly. Right after, she sighed gently and shook her head. No matter what, immortals and mortals were different, she was no longer on the same level as that youth. Decades later, her youth would still be present and she would be in her prime. However, that youth would have entered his later years and await death of old age. Even though they had unforgettable memories together, that could only fade and disappear along with time. Junior sister, junior sister?" Su Yu's voice pulled Shinmingqi back from her memories. "Ah, sorry," she replied apologetically, neither too intimate nor unfriendly. Su Yu was considered as one of the top 10 inner sect disciples of Iridescent Cloud's palace. He had courted her for a long time, but she never agreed to it. She made the decision to return home for a visit in a low profile. However, Su Yu volunteered to accompany her and brought more than 10 juniors along. Before long, Shinmingqi and the others descended at the Shin residence. She only had a single kin, her brother, Shin Nan. The Shin family had changed drastically. Even though the Zhao and Li families were eradicated and removed from Pingyang town, Shin Nan had benefited greatly from following the two families in the past. As such, he had long expanded into a luxurious mansion. Because of Su Xiaoning's kidnapping incident back then, Su Zimo went on a killing spree and killed many people, except Shin Nan. Even so, Shin Nan did not dare to continue being brazen. After all, Su Hong's conferment as king happened in Pingyang town. Although no one knew what was going on behind the scenes, everyone witnessed the outcome. Mingqi. When Shin Nan caught sight of Shinmingqi, he was rooted on the spot with a look of disbelief. "Brother, it's me," Shinmingqi smiled and nodded. "It's good that you're back, it's good." Facing more than 10 foundation establishment cultivators from Iridescent Cloud's palace, Shin Nan's heart was trembling with fear. He looked uneasy as he remarked with a smile. From Shinmingqi, Shin Nan could feel an unfamiliar aura. It was as though their relationship through blood had faded after she entered the path of immortality. The family has changed quite drastically. Shinmingqi walked around the Shin residence casually with a smile. Shin Nan followed behind her, not daring to walk in front. After walking around, Shinmingqi asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Shin Nan, are the 4 major families of Pingyang town still around? Such as the Su family?" "Ah. Shen Nan froze for a moment and shook his head with a strange expression on his face. And not anymore. The Su family is not around anymore? Shen Mengqi stopped in her tracks and suddenly turned around, frowning. Yeah, they're all gone. Shen Nan nodded and related everything that happened 4 years ago. Shen Mengqi listened intently. That Su Zimo must have taken on an expert in the pugilistic world as his master. His strength grew by leaps and bounds and he destroyed the Zhao and Li families almost single-handedly. Shen Nan glanced at Shen Mengqi. However, he did not kill me. I think it's on account of your relationship. Shen Mengqi did not reply. She knew very well why Su Zimo did not kill Shen Nan. Even though it had something to do with her, it was definitely not because of their relationship. Junior sister, who is that Su Zimo? Where is he now? At the side, Suyu could vaguely tell that Su Zimo seemed to have a close relationship with Shen Mengqi in the past. Because of that, he was long frustrated and asked with a scowl. Chapter 186, Old Friends. Chapter 186, Old Friends. Sensing the frustration in Su Yu's tone, Shen Mengqi replied calmly, he's just a childhood playmate and an old friend. Without a spirit root, he can't cultivate and is unlike us. You don't have to bother about him. So, it's just a mere commoner. I was wondering what sort of a character he was. Su Yu raised his eyebrows and said coldly, this Su Zimo clearly knows that you've joined Iridescent Cloud's palace and became a cultivator. Despite that, he dares to bully your brother? Shen Mengqi shook her head. Forget it, it's all in the past. Besides, it might not be his fault either. Even though Shen Nan made himself seem innocent while explaining the story and mentioned how Su Zimo was the one bullying others, Shen Mengqi was well aware of her brother's character. Furthermore, the way Shen Nan was avoiding her gaze affirmed her guess that there was more to things. How can that do? Su Yu said in a deep voice, this Su Zimo doesn't know his place. He even dares to act so impudently as a commoner. Since I got to know about him, I'll have to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Initially, Su Yu had not intended to interfere in this matter. However, he could vaguely sense that Shen Mengqi seemed to be defending that Su Zimo. The more she did that, the more Su Yu wanted to interfere and take a look at that person. He looked at Shen Nan and asked coldly, young Master Shen, where is that person now? Shen Nan did not intend to do anything at first. But when he heard Su Yu's words, his mind started churning and he turned more energetic. Stammering, he replied, he left Ping Yang town 2 years ago. I don't know where he is. Su Yu frowned. The Great Zhou dynasty was enormous and there were dozens of vassal states of varying sizes. Finding a person was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. Shen Nan coughed gently. However, he has a brother, Su Hong, who is the current king of Yen. He has a prominent status and we can't afford to offend him. Humph. Su Yu scoffed. A king of mortals is but a mortal. He can be on par with the Qi refinement warrior of a minor sect, but against a foundation establishment cultivator of Iridescent Cloud's palace like me? Even if he's the king of Yen, he'll have to kneel before me. Shen Nan's eyes shone and his blood boiled as he listened. It was as if Shen Nan was looking at the high and mighty king of Yen kneeling in front of him obediently, not daring to lift his head. What sort of an image would that be? Su Yu declared proudly, that's perfect. Junior sister, since this Su Zimo bullied your brother, let's go to the capital of Yen country and teach his brother a lesson. Fufu, this is tit for tat. Shen Mengqi frowned and hesitated. Junior sister, we'll have to make a trip to the capital of Yen country even if it's not for this matter. Su Yu continued, junior brother Zhou disappeared for 2 years without a trace. Master asked us to investigate the place where the most cultivators are gathered in Yen country. The place with the most information is the capital. Yes, all right. Shen Mengqi nodded. Suyu retrieved a spirit vessel from his storage bag and injected spirit chi, causing it to expand with the wind and hover in midair. Smiling, Suyu said, "Young Master Shen, do come along. The day you meet the King of Yen will be the day you can hold your head high." Shen Nan nodded hurriedly and his body trembled in excitement. His eyes could barely conceal his emotions. The many iridescent clouds palace cultivators boarded the spirit vessel one after another. Under Su Yu's control, it rose into the air and turned into a stream of light, speeding towards the capital of Yen country. After traveling a few days at full speed, Su Zimo and Demoness Ji finally arrived at the capital of Yen country. 2 years ago, Su Zimo was here. In that main hall, he beheaded the king of Yen, Zhao Qian, in front of everyone. Tying the latter's head to his waist, he engaged in a bloody battle and fought his way out with dominance. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday. After a slight pause, Su Zimo rode on his flying sword and sped towards the palace, arriving above it quickly. "Who's there?" someone berated from below. Right after, 2 Qi Refinement warriors summoned their flying swords and flew into the air, arriving opposite Su Zimo and Demoness Ji. The 2 of them were Qi Refinement warriors, one at level 6 and the other at level 9. Using their spirit-peering art, they swept across Su Zimo and Demoness Ji, causing their expressions to change in shock as they shuddered. Su Zimo's current cultivation was at the peak of early-stage foundation establishment. He was far above the both of them. Demoness Ji stood there with a veil covering her face. They could not detect her cultivation. "Greetings, seniors." The 2 Qi Refinement warriors reacted quickly and bowed hurriedly. One of them asked cautiously in a testing manner, "May I know what brings you 2 here?" "Bring me to the King of Yen." Su Zimo smiled in a friendly manner. "This." The 2 men exchanged glances and did not agree immediately. After all, they did not know the identity of this green-robed cultivator. How would they dare to bring people in rashly? However, the man and woman before them had high cultivations. If they wanted to force their way through, no one could stop them either. Right then, a sword beam sped over from not far away. When that person came close and caught sight of Su Zimo, his eyes lit up and he said happily, "Second young Master Su. Mr. Song, it's been 2 years. How have you been?" Su Zimo smiled and nodded. The person who arrived later was the Qi Refinement warrior that Su Zimo had hired 2 years earlier to protect the Su family, Song Qi. Back then, Song Qi had just broken through to be a level 8 Qi Refinement warrior. Right now, he was at level 9. Song Qi looked at the flying sword Su Zimo was riding on with widened eyes of disbelief. From what he could remember, Su Zimo did not have a spirit root and was unable to cultivate. How was he managing sword kinesis flight right now? Instinctively, Song Qi checked Su Zimo's cultivation with the spirit-peering art. That single check gave Song Qi a shock and he nearly fell from the skies. Early-stage foundation establishment. In just 2 years, a mortal without any foundation or spirit root had entered foundation establishment realm. Song Qi had not slacked off in the past 2 years, but even then, he had only improved by a single level. In fact, what Song Qi did not know was that Su Zimo had even spent half a year locked in Thunderclap Valley without any improvement to his cultivation. Furthermore, half of Su Zimo's spirit chi was spent on tempering his body as well. How great was the gap between them? In the entire Yen country, a foundation establishment cultivator could be considered as one of the top. This was the difference between spirit root and had nothing to do with how much talent or cultivation resources one had. Second young Master Su, you've changed so much in 2 years. Song Qi sighed and shook his head, lamenting to himself. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that the youth from Pingyang town back then would reach such a level today. Demoness Ji blinked her eyes at the side. Grinning, she muttered softly, "Second young Master Su. Hee, interesting. How has brother been recently?" Su Zimo asked. Young Master's health is fine, but he often misses the 2 of you. He's worried that you'll meet with danger and be bullied outside. That had Su Zimo feeling extremely touched. Song Chi led Su Zimo and Demonis Ji into the back palace. The back palace of the King of Yen was quiet and plain. There were no beautiful women or 3,000 concubines. Instead, they saw quite a number of Su family members. When old friends met, they could not help but exchange pleasantries. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.